Markets are
What's up, everyone? Richard here. Welcome to Forex Fire. How's it going, guys?
Wonderful.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Another beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, hopefully I can participate a little bit better today. It was rather frustrating yesterday, but again, thanks for taking the reins there, guys. Well done.
Of course.
Yeah.
We got it.
Not a problem at all. We got you. We
Good
figured
stuff.
out enough to say for a 4-hour block, huh, Michael?
Right. I think it's enough talk time for both of us.
There's always something to say or something to teach or something to go over. Yeah, that's the cool thing about trading.
I was watching from the sides, and we had quite a lot of interaction yesterday, which was pretty good to see. Lots of questions coming in.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, it was a good day.
And I think your video is fine now. Your video, everything seems great.
He looks so handsome. He sounds so good.
Didn't do much.
Oh, don't
it
jinx
was that earthquake, Michael. It was that earthquake, sister. Don't jinx it. We'll see. Fingers crossed. Guys, unless you have anything to say, get off your chest. May I just quickly share my charts? I'm actually looking for a potential long in gold. We'll get that out of the way. So quickly look at the analysis side of it, and I think we might get into a trade here for another move to the upside. Right, I'm on a 5-minute here. I can obviously just go back a little bit. This move that we've had up here from yesterday, what it was about 3 p.m., looks to me like an incomplete 5-wave move. With this potentially now just being a little correction, maybe another move like this, then potentially a deeper correction, maybe into this fair value gap over here, and then a continuation back upwards. That being said, just interested in a day trade. If I have to switch it to a 5-minute time frame, open that up a little bit. This looks to me a lot like an ABC. I have to mark that out for you. A, B, and C. Another reason technically or from market geometry side of things that makes me think that it could be an ABC is that price terminated here or bounced higher, should I say. Too early to say if it did terminate to the end of a correction at the lower median line of a shift pitchfork. Typically where ABCs or single zigzags like to end. Obviously in a downwards move at a lower median line. If it was an upwards move, it's corrective structure during a downtrend, generally at an upper median line. So we've had a nice strong move back up here. just had a break of structure over there. Let me just see if I can actually get my drawing tool out here. Put some text in there. Let's call the BOS break of structure. And let's make the trend line white so it stands out a bit. So this might be a little corrective move lower. Just as I switched on my PC preparing for this morning's session, price actually bumped into this area at the bottom, and we had a nice continuation, should I say, again too early to say, but a nice bounce upwards, right? Even the internal structures here suits that of a ABC. 5 waves in A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 waves in a B, and a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for a C. So this whole structure looks like a small corrective move. If we can get a little bit of a deeper pullback, maybe a continuation back upwards, I'll be happy to get into a trade here, assuming that the next leg higher could do something like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever the case might be, and take out this high set yesterday during the morning, around about, what's it, 10 a.m. This is Eastern, right? So 9 a.m. Central. So that's the idea on gold. In the bigger picture, I'll switch to that a little bit later. Still thinking that we might still be dealing with that E-wave that I've been talking about for a while, or that that's potentially completed. So with that strong move that we've seen upwards last week, starting on Friday, I'll have to assume that that E-wave is potentially ended. We might be heading towards new highs. But that being said, I'm not going to take a trade to new all-time highs, just a day trade type of vibe, assuming that, again, this could be the first leg higher and maybe a little ABC that we're seeing to the downside now. Right? Nice. And again, we can rip out the pitchfork here. Let's get my magnet mode on. That was an A. A B, maybe a C somewhere around here. The bigger scheme of things, if it could hit this dashed 50% median line over here as well, that'd be a nice area to potentially go long. All right. So that is the plan. Let's see if it actually works out. I don't know which one to use here. This might be an expanded flat B wave, but then I should be using that. But that's not too of a bigger worry for me at the moment. The deeper this can pull back, get some sort of reaction back upwards. And obviously, once obviously, maybe you guys will obviously know this, but your impulsive third waves typically move very fast. So if we start seeing very fast movement back to the upside, that could potentially be the cue to start getting long. And again, maybe attempt to trade towards yesterday's high that was set around 10. So that's it on gold. I just wanted to get that out of the way quickly so that when I do jump on this trade, that everyone's on the same page, especially our viewers that might be interested in seeing how this all works and why I'm actually interested in taking a trade here. All right, so that's it on gold. I'll pass it back to you guys, because to be honest with you, I've been fiddling around with a lot of settings in the back here. And I still have to mark up some of my other charts. But this was the one in gold that really, as thus far, pickled my attention. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a deeper move and if it will be worth taking a long position on gold. Yeah, guys, like I said, sorry, I have to still do a bit of prep here. But while you guys do your thing, if you don't mind, then I'll quickly mark up some of my other charts. Like I said, I'm trying to figure out the technical issues that I've had and how to deal with it. Hopefully, it is a little bit better today.
Yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool.
Hey, what's going on, Martin? Good morning.
Morning, Martin.
Hey, Martin. Good morning.
Yep. Michael, you got anything popping at the moment? I don't really have anything popping immediately. I'm still a little ways away from some alerts, so didn't know if you had anything popping at the moment.
Not really, but I can show what I'm looking at. Let me see if I can get my screen pulled up here.
Yeah, because I got it.
What's happening? Okay, perfect. So I actually just had this alert go off not long ago at all. This was about Euro CAD 350. So maybe 20 minutes ago, 21 minutes ago, this alert went off. Not the
Okay.
cleanest. Set this up as take a look at this. And this is the difference between me setting my alerts and saying, hey, this is this setup to watch out for it versus just come take a look at this. I don't know what the makeup is just yet. When it gets to this price, just make sure you look at this. So as you can see, the structure that I drew on here, not playing out exactly right. It doesn't really look like an M. Not really. It's kind of funky looking, right? So there's no. I don't like these small baby candles like this. Like they're little. I need them to be larger. How these candles are, right? Like these are funny looking, to say the least. But I could see a possible, just maybe, right? Maybe something can. Whoops! I didn't mean to click that one. I meant to click this one. All right, maybe we can get something to kind of come out here, right? Just something like that, and then kind of drop back down. If that'll happen in this session, I have no idea. But we do have a lot of the pieces to the puzzle, to be honest. Uh, so I'm kind of hoping that maybe this can come out and end up being something a little bit better.
Set
But
of shoulders,
either way,
forehead.
right? Yeah, exactly. Like this is
Poor
weird.
guy got his head chopped off.
Right. So this is not cute at all. And then of course we don't have 4 hour confirmation yet either. Right? Like technically it still has 46 more minutes on it. So we kind of, if this doesn't close below here, it doesn't matter anyway. Right? Just something I'm looking at. And then also this does look, man, I'll be honest, it looks like this is short from the higher time frame too. So it's kind of making me think that this whole thing is actually short. Um, we'll see. We'll see in the next 45 minutes. If anything, I'll maybe take a small position on it, not a full position. So maybe something like a quarter or a half. But if we get like a decent sized candle down here, and this is the cool part too, right, guys? Because we're going to be able to see firsthand why the 4 hour confirmation is so important, right? Like when it comes to you need higher time frame confirmation, this is my version of that. Because this closes where it's at now, above this 13, this trade's a no-go, at least for the next 4 hours, right? Because again, we need price to close below this area. And you see how we got this rejection candle here, right? This wick is kind of pulling off of it. If it doesn't close down here, this is showing me this is not ready to go short, right? It'll probably make some other swing and then drop maybe later this week. Whereas for right now, it's not ready. And you would have stayed out of a bad trade, right? Or a trade that wasn't ready yet, not necessarily bad.
Yep.
Right. So I'm just kind of looking at this. This is like interesting. This is probably the closest that I have for a setup today. So yeah, just checking that out for right now. Like I said, my alert for it just went off.
Okay.
So I'll put this back. Then I got like one or two more as well that I'm kind of looking at. NFP still has a lot of my pairs kind of like in the fringes a bit, like not not really how I want to see it set up. So probably got to give it another day or two fully. But I'm checking this out. In fact, I do want to set that alert back up too. And this time I'll change it to him off of 200. Right. So cool. So that is Euro CAD. Of course, I'm gonna go through all the pairs like I always do a little bit later, but just kind of pointing out the ones I'm actively looking at. So we got that one. I did have an alert for USD CAD. All right, this doesn't look bad at all either. You guys can kind of see this too. All right, you got this 52-month cross. This is the first time price has come towards the 200. Right, so not the prettiest, definitely not the ugliest. In fact, I think this looks prettier than the other one. Right, if we can get a close above this area in the next 43 minutes, yeah, same thing here. Right, price is below the 13 EMA at the moment, but if this next candle in the next 43 minutes can close above there, that'll be pretty nice.
Cool.
Right, so I'll be
Awesome.
this one as well. Okay, so I was wrong. I said my alert went off, but apparently it didn't. I think that was the other one I was looking at. But yeah, I want to put this pretty much right at this level here. This will be a good level for me. But yeah, this one doesn't look bad. Doesn't look bad. Let me take off some of this to get a better look at it. Yeah, so we got outside the band. We got the reload, the market baseline starting to point back up. Yeah, this is actually probably number one setup. So
Dollar CAD.
yeah, this is number.
Dollar CAD long.
So dollar CAD long. Let's kind of
Good
down.
morning, Stacy.
So you see, you
Michael.
Notice it, huh?
I'm just saying
Stacey.
good morning
Who was
to
that?
everyone in the chat there.
Oh,
Yep,
Stacy,
yep.
good morning.
Stacy, Michael, James.
Hey,
good
what's
morning.
up,
Good
Stacy?
morning.
What's up, Michael?
I am talking today, Stacy.
He is.
Thanks
He's a
for
real
noticing.
person. He was
Yeah.
our back
Not
end
the
guy
avatar.
yesterday.
Fingers crossed.
Inadvertently. Knock, knock. Good stuff.
They thought that was your avatar just moving around, not talking yesterday.
Yeah, we computer animated him. This is really an AI
My
guy.
AI avatar. Yeah.
Right.
You do get them, huh? Jeepers.
That's funny.
Right.
I do speak.
Yep.
So cool. So notice how I went through everything. I went through the 1 hour, looked at everything to make sure it's right. I kicked it up to the 4 hour, right? I'm like, okay, this is good. If we can get a close above here, that's nice. Then I go back to the one just to kind of give it that last little once over. And then guys, like, as I mentioned, I don't really look at the 15 too often, but I still like to look at it just to see what the pattern looks like, right? And I'm expecting, in this scenario, this setup rather, I'm expecting some pattern off this 800 EMA, right? So this looks decent as well. Everything about it looks good. We had the reload, market baseline just went above the static. So even the 15 is looking good. Let me take these drawings off here. Seeing that I do plan on probably taking this. Let's see what this R to R looks like, because that will be the last determining factor, right? We can get long right here. Throw our stops right below this swing here. And if we target this ADR high, okay, the ADR high is a little low, so we can't target that. We can target the next blue tracer. That's 161. And also, let's just put this at a nice, easy 2 for 1. So you want to look for something like this. And yeah, guys, this will probably go. We'll see, though, because, again, this could totally tank in the next 40 minutes.
Take off of that one.
Right. So, yeah, we'll check that one now. I think matter of fact, I'm going to scoot this down a little bit. Just a hair. Boom. Let's do it right there. All right, cool. All right, and then UF. So UF is the one that kind of looks funny a little bit, to be honest. Yeah, this looks a little funky. Just a little bit, because I'm not really feeling the whole. I mentioned this yesterday how there was no close right here, right? So this is still one leg up here. Now this leg closed, right? So did this. So it's kind of doing this funky area. Now, if this can close up here like this, I'll be honest, this wouldn't be bad either. We can just throw stops below here, target this area here. And yeah. Let's see what the 4-hour chart looks like. 4-hour chart, we already have 4-hour confirmation, right? If you look at the previous candle, this one, you can see that price is already above the 13 EMA. Right? So we already have 4-hour confirmation here. So we're good to go automatically on the 4-hour. We don't even need to look at it. And let's just kick it down to the 15. See what we got here. Let me delete all this. It looks weird. I'll take it all off. Yeah, so the 15 minutes looks pretty weird. This looks funky. So I don't really try to take a stab from there. Yeah, the play would be for me is the 1-hour chart. Yeah, you got to, because it gives me that same feeling as forcing it, right? Like that's what it feels like you're forcing this. So yeah, I don't like this one as much as I like USD CAD. I'll be honest. They probably will both end up going, but this one won't be taken.
Your take profit is right at my alert to go the opposite way, because that take profit point for you is like 1 pip from my 4-hour supply zone.
I'm not even surprised.
Not even surprised. Yep.
Yeah, that price is 81.70.
Go ahead and buy it on up. Buy it on up to me. Yeah, 8171.9. That's where my alert is.
Yeah. Not even surprised. Cool. And I think that was pretty much it for now. Yeah, let me just go back and look at USD CAD one more time. Yeah, we'll probably take this one in the next 40 minutes. This one it's still not super clean, but it looks much cleaner than USD CHF. Right?
Nope.
So one of the two, we'll figure it out. But yeah, that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, I can definitely go over all the pairs in a bit, how I always do. But I think for now, that's really all I had. Because yeah, I don't like Euro CAD as much as I thought I liked it yesterday. I was thinking when I set my alert that it would have gave a real second leg here, but as you can see, it didn't. So.
Didn't give you anything. Jack squat.
Yeah, it didn't do anything, right? Anytime one of my alerts go off, it's like, oh, Mike, this you can make some money. Like, check it out. Check out the charts. What alert is it?
Yeah.
And then sometimes I'll come to them and I'm like, oh, this isn't nothing.
Yeah, I mean that basically formed. A contraction. Contraction box contraction on my on the master pattern when you're looking at it from a master pattern standpoint.
Yeah.
So yeah, we should start to see some expansion legs come out of it at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got to see something. This one ain't it. This is it. No. And then this is gonna be one of those times where if it does go, I'm fine with what happened, because this technically is not my strategy, right? Like it's ugly. So,
ugly.
Yeah, the candles being so little like that is just.
Can I just maybe quickly share my chart? I might take a trade, but it's still a few minutes away.
I'm done. Go right
we
ahead.
We do have a question here from On-Chain Ollie. What's your thoughts on the dollar index for today? So we can switch to my charts, please. I'll quickly show you something I actually posted yesterday in our Discord channel. If that isn't beautiful market geometry, then I don't know what is. We'll talk you through it. But before I do that, maybe let me just get rid of most of these lines because there's just a lot on this chart. Maybe not. Let's do this first. So bear with me on Chain Ollie. We've been looking at this area here since the end of April for price potentially reached. It's basically just a lower median line of a shift pitchfork. This is on a monthly time frame, so each candle here represents a month, right? Then we had last month a very strong move to the upside. So we did find support within an area that basically called out like a month or two in advance. What I want to show you though yesterday were the angles that I had on here and posted on Discord, thinking that this high that we've seen here last week Friday to be potentially a very important high, meaning very strong resistance that it hit there. Simply put, let me just maybe hide these other lines so you can actually see what the heck is going on here. I must just make sure I'm deleting the right stuff here now. Not deleting, hiding. Anyway, on a daily, track this price to the upside again using a pitchfork, right? On this pitchfork, a shift pitchfork. Price hit that upper red warning line to the T. This line I've got over here is just if I were to switch my shift pitchfork to the original pitchfork. So that's the upper median line of original pitchfork. So two different settings, two different angles that price hit pretty well, right? And start moving lower. Let's go back to the shift. Then a channel, simply put, quite often if you want to find a high using channels, you go from a low to a low to a high to try to find a high. This is this white line up here. And there we have basically 1, 2, 3 different angles dissecting each other is exactly where the dollar index pulled into it, this little round circling Majingi thingy that I got there, and we've seen a decline. Yesterday's close and the previous Friday's high, and sorry, the previous, that would have been Thursday's candle created a fair value gap, right? So
that's perfect.
My thinking for today is that if price does move higher from here, which I think it is obviously doing that it might move back into this fair value gap, but deeper, already touched the lower boundary of it, but potentially deeper into where this upper median line is, and then get a rejection lower. All right, so I'm thinking over the next few days or so, if price were to continue higher, that it's just basically a retracement against this move to the upside. That's what I'm thinking. Things can change on a dime. But just the fact that price hit 3 different angles of market geometry to the T there and gave very strong rejection lower, this might all just represent some sort of an ABC, corrective structure, with potentially more downside to follow. So please do attend more of these sessions. Ask again about the dollar index. I look at it now and then. Some people do ask for it. But just the fact that it hit those areas, it's typically areas or lines that are met after a single zigzag, which is one of your most common corrective structures. And get a rejection like that is, for me, an indication that this move upwards might be over. Right now, it's just a matter of watching what price action does. If it does move higher, potential resistance today around about 99.27, where that upper median line is within that fair value gap. So it's a bearish fair value gap, so potential area of resistance. Should price continue lower, then the next median line would be the center median line around 98.30. If it doesn't hit it today, remember this price will then slowly increase because the angle's moving upwards as time goes by, right? So those are your areas. Maybe if you want to note them down, if this is something that you might find useful. then please do. Maybe I should make them pink. So those are the boundaries. Since we had that move lower, long story short, fair value gap, strong rejection from 3 different angles on a very high time frame like the daily. Then I think this is a very strong decline and potentially going to kick off and move lower. Yes, we are bouncing higher now, but this might just be a little bit of a correction versus that decline that we've seen on Friday. You're welcome on Chain Ali.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Hey, Chris.
Having 3 different intersections. 3 different lines.
Yeah, that's. I've had these pitchforks, remember, on my chart, but yesterday I was like going, man, it looks like maybe there could be something else there. So this I drew after the fact up a channel line. But yeah, that's 3 different angles there where it's hit. You don't often see it that pinpoints that you see price. Normally it will be a little bit to the right or left. But anyway, I just thought that was interesting. Something to look at. All right, that's it, guys. I'm not in gold yet. I'm still having a little bit of a squizzy on my other screen. Don't think the time is ripe to get into a trade just yet. Still want to go long. But before I do pass things over, maybe you want to take things over there, Tiger. Before I do, please note we have another 10K challenge account we're giving away today.
Mm-hmm.
Another one for Mahala,
Another
for free in one of our South African languages. So to participate, guys, please make sure that you subscribe to both our Hola Prime TV and global accounts as well as our Instagram handle. Make sure that your emails in your YouTube bio so we can actually reach out to you. And please don't keep on commenting, and then we'll be giving away that prize around about 6 a.m. Central. So we'll be doing that live, and hopefully today you are our lucky winner next in line. So if you won previously, then unfortunately we'll have to give it to someone else if your name pops up. So we just want to try to keep things fair, and good luck.
Good luck.
When I sweat, good luck. Good luck.
That's right. That is right. Yeah. We can definitely go over to my chart. Back in. Were you done? I'm sorry. Yeah. I think Richard was done, right? So, go ahead back in. Okay.
We could do the news now as well, guys.
Oh, we're going to do that now?
Okay. Yeah. Time already passed that. We're talking too much. Sorry about that. Guys, we'll be handing things over to Coach Saiga for the news segment. To all our viewers, we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Let Coach Saiga get through everything he would like to tell us. Please do stay tuned. A very informative segment. So just to let you know what's going on the calendar, what to look out for the remaining of the week. And we'll be back in just a second. Ciao, ciao.
Well, good morning, traders. Welcome to Forex Fire, your go-to source for the latest market move and news. Let's dive into the key events shaping the markets right now. Global sentiment and trade tensions continue to dominate headlines. President Trump's expanded reciprocal tariffs won't apply to goods already en route to the U.S. before Thursday's deadline, offering a slight reprieve. However, tensions with India escalated after Trump threatened higher tariffs over New Delhi's Russian oil purchases, which India called unjustified. Meanwhile, the U.S. is exploring ways to tighten semiconductor exports to China, particularly targeting NVIDIA's chips as part of ongoing tech restrictions. In economic data, China's private sector services PMI unexpectedly rose in July, signaling resilience during the summer travel season, which was a positive sign for regional demand. Over in Japan, a government panel recommended another record minimum wage hike, supporting the Bank of Japan's push for demand-driven growth. Looking over at commodities in the loonie, so the dollar-Canada dollar currency pair is holding steady near the 1.379 level as traders eye today's U.S. ISM Services PMI. The Canadian dollar remains pressured by weaker oil prices, with WTI crude hovering around the 65.6 level after OPEC Plus announced a September production hike of 547,000 barrels per day. Concerns about a supply glut are weighing on crude, though potential disruptions from Russian sanctions could offer some support. Moving over to the Fed, so the U.S. dollar is facing some mixed signals. On one hand, Fed Governor Adriana Kugler's sudden resignation has raised concerns about central bank independence, as Trump may push for a more dovish replacement. On the other hand, Friday's weak jobs report, showing just 73,000 new NFP jobs, has markets pricing in a 91.6% chance of a September rate cut, limiting the greenback's upside. The pound and yen are in focus as well. So the British pound, Japanese yen currency pair is climbing towards the 195.6 level as the yen weakens amid Bank of Japan minutes revealing policymakers' openness to future rate hikes if trade headwinds ease. And meanwhile, the pound is bracing for Thursday's Bank of England decision, where an 80% chance of a 25% basis cut is priced in. Analysts warn of potential stagflation risks in the UK, which could keep sterling volatile. Looking over at the euro and Swiss franc, so the euro USD is slipping towards the 1.156 level as the dollar firms up, while the euro pound hovers near the 0.87 level ahead of the Bank of England meeting. The Swiss franc is feeling the heat after Trump slapped a 39% tariff on Swiss exports, though the dollar-Swiss franc currency pair gains could be capped by growing Fed rate cut bets. Commodity currencies are struggling, so the Aussie dollar and the New Zealand dollar are underperforming despite positive data. Australia's PMI did hit a 15-month high, and China's cakes and services PMI surprised at 52.6, but the RBA's expected rate cut next week is weighing on the Aussie. The New Zealand dollar, US dollar currency pair is near the 0.59 level as traders await that ISM service PMI for direction later in the week. Looking over at precious metals, they are holding steady. So gold is consolidating below the 3,385 level after a 3-day rally. And that's supported by, of course, the Fed cut expectations and trade uncertainty. Silver is flat near the 37.5 level, with both metals poised to react to today's U.S. services data. And just a couple key events here ahead. So obviously we got the U.S., like I said, the services PMI report coming up. All eyes are on that due later today. A rebound to the 51.5 level could briefly lift the dollar, but weak data may reinforce September rate cut bets. So that's it for the market data. And just looking at the timing for the calendar events, yeah, so services PMI for the U.S., that is at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Standard Time. That's 10 o'clock New York time. Again, that previous report came out at 50.8. This one is expected at 51.5. That would be a nice welcome sign, to be quite honest, after Friday's mini sell-off, if you will. So we'll see how that shakes out. But then other than that, you got the New Zealand dollar report at 5:45 p.m. Central Standard Time or 6:45 New York time. And that is for employment change numbers and unemployment rate, where according to the forecast, if everything holds true, that should be a good sign for the New Zealand dollar. You got the previous number for the unemployment rate at 5.1%. Reverse, I'm sorry, because the forecast is 5.3%. So that would be a 0.2% gain. So actually, if that holds true, of course, we all know economists are like meteorologists, not always right, still get their paycheck every week, whether they're right or wrong. So if that holds true, then that would be a slight negative for the New Zealand dollar. But again, we'll just have to see how the data shakes out. But other than that, as mentioned, tomorrow, not a whole lot going on. We do have the New Zealand dollar inflation expectations. It's really a orange calendar event, more mid-impact, so not really a big deal. Bank of England report coming out at 6 a.m. Thursday morning, 6 a.m. Central Standard Time. Unemployment claims for the U.S., and then the only thing on Friday is Canada's employment numbers. So that is it for the moment. PMI data coming up. here in about 5.5 hours. So with that, let's get back to the show. All righty.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Welcome back. Thanks, Tiger.
Absolutely.
You always do the news so well.
Yeah.
I
Should
try.
reconsider your career choices.
Yeah.
Bump up my arrow. Just kidding.
Get on the local weather station.
I don't
What
mind
did you
it.
say? And bump up your hourly pay? Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. That'll be my next. That'll be my next
I'm
lifetime.
totally kidding. It's nothing. Doesn't take me long at all to get it ready. So, but yeah, we could go ahead and toss on to my charts if you like. Take a look at some things. I think I did see somebody asking about pound Swiss. Oh, Stacy. Yeah. Stacy trades. Lowest point. So he says pound Swiss is at the lowest point it has ever been able to go. Well, let's get my chart up here and see if that's true.
Yeah,
Stacy, how far back?
I saw it yesterday too, Stacy.
Yeah. How far back are you going, Stacy? I'm just kind of curious. Because I was looking at that a little bit ago. If you put that thing all the way to a monthly time frame, you go further back in time, it actually went pretty low. It actually went down to 0.0363. So not sure if maybe you have a broker that goes all the way back to, 1974, but yeah, 1974, It looks like it came all the way down to the 0.0523 level. So it can go further, right? Markets can, look at that spike they had November of 1974. Holy cow. What was that? Let's throw a ruler from that range right there. That was a 11,250% range spike in 1 month.
Is that a monthly candle?
That's a monthly candle. Yeah, sorry. So I just put it on the monthly time frame. But yeah, I mean, a lot of brokers may not have the data that far back, so that's understandable. But yeah, obviously recent history. Yeah, you got September 2022 did go all the way down to 1.015. And that's about another 600 pips away from that. So, but yeah, it's pretty low. I'll give that to you for sure. It's actually one on my watch list, to be honest with you. Just looking at it on the 4-hour time frame. We had that retail chop fest. I think I went over this a couple times within the last week, but it's I think that's on. Let me double check. Pound Swiss. Yeah, -11. So I've got a very bullish outlook on this sucker. So yeah, my green candle, which ought to be red. Move it to red. That's essentially what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for price to retrace all the way through all this junk to this little 4-hour demand candle, supply candle right here. That's really what I'm looking for.
Buy side liquidity and reject.
Right. Exactly, because
it looks awfully much like that expanding triangle I've been talking about on the FTSE for some time. That mess.
That's junk. It's mess.
It
but
might be the last leg up. Yeah.
Well, and what I like about that zone is you got all these people that shorted right here. They're putting their stop losses probably in that same zone area, right? Same thing here. Yeah. These sellers are putting their stops up here. These sellers right here putting their stops there. So, yeah, as far as collecting, if I'm a big bank, all those are shorts. What are their short stop losses? They're buy orders, right? So the big banks are going to need a lot of buy orders to fuel their short orders, not to mention the unfilled orders in this area. So, yeah, I feel really confident about that zone right there. Just a little ways away, but actually, what are we? Not too far, about 40 pips. But again, it's just been in the sideways fest. It's peaked out a couple times to collect liquidity under here, and this time it peaked a little lower to collect liquidity here, right? So it's just kind of screwing with the retail traders. So definitely going to take a stab at that. The next stop would be further up, but yeah, that one would obviously be further away as far as these supply zones up here. But Yeah, 1974. Who would have thought we'd have heard that on the stream today? Um, yeah. So they did put in a question there in the chat. What's your stop loss style? Is it a fixed pip stop loss? Is it a structure based stop loss? Is it an ATR based precision stop loss? Or four, what's a stop loss?
Yeah. Maybe that's not that funny, right? Some
That's
people
quite
might not
cheeky.
know.
Quite cheeky back end. I love it.
Mhm.
Let's see here. Yeah.
What's the
All right.
stop loss?
What's his stop loss? That's great. So awesome. Well, yeah, as far as my top setups, fellas, I don't think anything's changed since yesterday. Literally, I think everything remains exactly the same. I've got 6 bullish opportunities and about 10 or 12 bearish ones. So still the 5 most bearish are the pound pairs. Pound Jap, pound New Zealand, pound Swiss, pound
What's up,
CAD,
Chris?
pound dollar.
Right.
I see Chris jumped on the stream.
What's going on, Chris? All right. And as far as, and then there's a couple Aussie pairs still in my bearish bias. It's Aussie CAD, Aussie New Zealand. The UK, the FTSE's on -5 right now. And then dollar Jap, dollar Swiss. So those are all my
What
assets.
is USD CAD?
It's a neutral, so if I flip my neutrals back on, dollar CAD is a 2 currently.
Oh, okay.
So the CAD is getting favored on the fundamentals for the dollar Canada dollar pair, but the dollar is getting a little more favorability for the seasonality and that trend turnaround. And it looks like the GDP numbers, the SPMI, the PPI, that's all favoring the dollar. But yeah, PCE, the employment numbers, interest rates, that's all favoring the CAD. So nothing really for the COT report. Retail traders are 50-50 as far as the potential contrarian signal there. So not getting any help from the sentiment. It's neutral all across the board. So, but yeah, positive too. So obviously
Nice, okay.
service probably comes out later. Probably we'll see if that can help or hurt it. Right. It'll either hurt and move it to a neutral 0, or it'll help and go to a 3 or 4 score. So that's kind of the way dollar CAD looks. But yeah, let me just go back to take off my neutrals here. So yeah, so euro pound. This is the one that paid me last week. It's kind of in no man's land. This is what me and Paul were talking about last night on Quiet Markets. We had the big move up and the big move down, depending on the pairs. So, I guess the easiest way would just start with go to the dollar Japanese yen. Or actually, if we just go to some of these indices. Yeah, here we go. So, yeah, obviously the indices just plummeted on Friday, but they recovered about half of that, right? So it's kind of in no man's land. I don't really have any excellent, sexy-looking setups for the indices today. If I trade the indices at all, it would be on some of these smaller time frames. I do have this little demand in this area, pretty nice spike up. So that is one play I'm kind of keeping an eye on when it comes to S&P. And also the S&P is +7. So that's actually the most bullish index I have. I got the S&P at 7. I got the Nikkei and the NASDAQ at 6. So remember NASDAQ, that was all I was talking about the last 2 weeks. It was the king. It was +10, +12.
Right.
So it's taken about half of that away. Just since Friday, and obviously the PMI and the trend actually kind of flip flopped a little. So, but yeah, that's really probably the closest thing I have to getting into a trade on the S&P, and then the Nikkei, same thing. I mean, a very similar spot. That one I think was a 30-minute zone. But yeah, the Nikkei, the S&P are pretty similar, pretty close, right? As far as that demand zone I'm looking to buy on. And then the NASDAQ. I already said that. NASDAQ, Nikkei, S&P. Yeah, NASDAQ, I do have one that's kind of opened up down here a little lower on this little spot here. So basically, because I think the Nikkei and the S&P would hit their demand zone first. If one of those works out great. But if not, if they chew through, then I've got a NASDAQ a little further down, right? So the distance to that zone is a lot shorter than the distance to the NASDAQ. So we'll keep an eye. It's really between, like I said, it's really between the S&P and the Nikkei first. If those zones fail, I got a NASI a little lower. And then again, I mentioned that the UK, the FTSE, is currently giving me a bearish signal, but it's been in an uptrend, right? So it hasn't really established a downtrend. So I'd be afraid to just pop in. I kind of drew this up, I think, on Friday, but I really need to see some new lower lows come in and some new higher highs to really establish that trend. But as you can see, last couple of days, it's just went up. So still pretty strong technical price action. Even though it's giving me a bearish...
That's that expanding triangle I've been talking about since last week. It does look like it ended there and heading to new highs. That being said, if it does a punch new high, then be careful, because that could potentially be the end of the fourth wave expanding triangle. Then get a deeper correction.
Yeah, I mean, essentially what's going on is you got all this contraction over here in this area, and that's really the basis for the bank manipulation, because obviously they wait. They typically wait. Okay, they're like, okay, which way is retail going to take it, right? So retail took it down. Retail took it down, so that's where they start manipulating on high points and low points. So, and that's all started from this area right here. That's it right there. That area right there is really the genesis of all this price action. So, currently in contraction phase. But again, I'm not interested in hopping in just yet, just because it is still overall a really nice looking uptrend. Just taking a break to play around with the retail traders. So, big retail chop area. Now you can hop into the high points, to the low points, but it's just not as good of a probability, because it's all the fundamentals are pointing bearish on this thing. I mean, look at not all of them, but like here's what's bearish for the FTSE. So you got the unemployment rate, you got the PCE, the PPI. I'm sorry, not PCE. That's a U.S. report, but the PPI, the CPI, the retail sales, services and manufacturing PMI, GDP, and the seasonality. That's all going negative for the FTSE. The only positives are the interest rate, the employment change, the trend. Well, that's not right, because that's trending up. So, and then the retail traders. So the retail traders are still net long, or I'm sorry, they're net short, right? Net short. Well, they're net short in a big giant uptrend. So if they were net long, then I'd feel a little better about going short. But that's just the contrarian in me. That's the contrarian signal. Like I said, I just need the technicals to really start matching up with the fundamentals before I have any interest in getting into this thing. Give me a lower low, lower high. So that's, I think, where I stand with that. Going back to the euro pound, though, the one that paid me the other day. I really would love to see this thing just make new highs and close above this area before coming back to find a demand. Maybe something like this here, on the 1 hour time frame. I got this nice looking demand zone, and look at the volume spread candles at the bottom. I mean, you got 3 red ones in a row. That's excellent volume coming out of that thing. Yeah, would love nothing more than to see it break this overhead supply and close up here before coming down. And buying.
Right.
If I had my wish, if I write my note into Santa, right, that's what I'd be asking for.
Right.
Just like that. Dear Santa.
Please bring the level down too.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was watching this one last night when me and Paul were doing quiet markets. Um, I did have this 10-minute demand, but volume kept me safe on this because when price came down, it made a pretty decent candle with a wick on the bottom, and also this higher time frame trend line, which I think if I go to my daily, you'll see what I'm talking about. I mean, it was this trend line that made a second touch here, a third touch here, and then you started to get some shorts come in, and they got smoked,
So,
right? Huh?
Tiger,
Smoked.
uh, if we can, if I can get the screen really quick, it looks like this candle is about to close and confirm, and we'll be all
Yeah,
set
get you
to
some
enter the
money.
short.
Nice. Nice.
Get you some money. Go ahead and move on over to Michael back in.
Yeah, we can get it. My screen up here. Um, let's see what we're looking at.
Oh yeah, you get 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Candy.
Just
no
before you
rush
go
at
on,
all.
Michael, I just want to address like Ash. We'll definitely get to your questions. We're not forgetting about them. Let's just pass things over to Michael so he can just get into his trade, and then we'll have a
Yeah,
bit more time. Okay, so
right.
we're not forgetting about you, right?
No, we
Yeah,
got you guys. Don't worry.
for
So cool.
sure.
This is a situation where I definitely want to get a little pullback here. However, I don't want to miss the run either, right? So easy decision to make. I'm just going to split the position up into two, right? Um, as I mentioned earlier today, when I was looking at this, we got this 5,200 cross, right? So I know I'm in level two, and I'm looking for that first time that price is interacting off this 200 is about right here, right? Nice little funky, maybe head and shoulders, something, right? Something like this, right? So this is, I'll be honest, this is totally not the cleanest. However, it's still there. So with that being said, I'm going to take this, but I'm not going to put my full position on it. So instead of taking two halves, I'm taking two quarters. Um, so just want to, yeah, and then last check here, we'll have this 4 hour confirmation here in the next 28 seconds. So cool. So jumping into this, we can see our stop is at 37.55. So let's go ahead and put our stop there at 37.55. And whoa, we don't want to risk that much. 0. Right. So
Fat
we're gonna
fingering.
put this in two halves. Half of 250 is 125, then 62 is around $62. Right. We can do it this way. We can do this. This number is fine. And this just confirms. So we are all set to go bang long there. Right. And then I like to just come back and set my TP levels here. Right. TP looks like it's at 38.80. 38.80 on the TP side. So put 30.80. Right. And then we're in a quarter. But my last position I want to do is I'm not going to set a pending. I guess I will. I'll set a pending. Never mind. So this pending order is at 37.95, right? So I'm going to come back over here and I'm going to set a pending order for 37.95. So we're going to change this from market to limit, right? And then I'm going to change this to 37.85. Right? That was the number. Oh, 95. 37.95. All right. So my price I'm looking for is 37.95. And then my stop loss is still going to be the same here, right? At 37.55. 37.55, right? And then I'm still going to make this 60. Oh, whoops. Wrong one. Let me move the next. around 60, whatever, that's fine. I'll take that. And then once again, 38.80. Right, so we're in at 38.80. Sweet. So this is my pending order that I got set on. So cool. So we're in actively right now. One small position, just a quarter. And then we got another quarter just sitting here at that price of 37.95. Then the last thing I like to do is just set an alert for that same number pretty much, so I can know when I got picked up. Right? I'll just put second order on. And that'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. I do like to set a few other alerts. I mean, we got 3 more hours sitting here, so I'm not going to step away. But I am used to doing this. So I'm just going to set these rest of these alerts, which this one just says stop loss hit. I like to set an alert halfway to this point as well. It says something like, hey, coming back. Coming back. Right. Then I'll set my TP level up here as well. Actually, we'll set this one first. This is typically where I'll take half my position off and move my stop loss to break even. So SL to BE is stop loss to break even. And then lastly is my, you guys already know,
TP smack. How did I know?
Right? TP smacked. And that'll do it, guys. So yeah, we're in on USD CAD. USD CHF, I know this confirmed, but as I mentioned, this is not the prettiest. I don't know, I just don't really like this one. It looks funky. Watch this one go and the other one not go. Right?
What makes you think that would happen?
Let's see. But yeah, we'll leave this one alone. And then Euro CAD as well. Let's see. That was the other one we were looking at. Yep. So as you can see, if we look at the 4-hour chart, remember, this did not, let me delete all of these drawings here. This did not close above this 13. So we have no 4-hour confirmation. So at this moment, Euro CAD is dead. I'm going to scoot this up because I might take this in New York. And I want to know when it gets there. All right, that is pretty much it for yours truly right about now. Yeah, I just can't touch this Euro CAD. I mean USD CHF. It just looks a little too funky for me.
Can't touch this.
Right.
Yeah.
This is the exact case of when I say I don't like to take both trades. I'd rather just take the prettier one. Right, and to me, at the moment, USD CAD just looks better. So,
I'll
just take. Cool. That's pretty much it. My bad, Tiger. I just wanted to jump in really quick and take that screen there.
No, you're good.
Nice.
That gold actually came down to my 15-minute demand. You might have heard the alert while you were chatting. So yeah, we can flip on back over. We'll take a look at what I'm looking at here at gold. Back in future website, because it's shaping up a little bit of contraction. I mean expansion legs right before my eyes on the smaller time frame. Now it's bounced into my demand. I'm just basically waiting on a decent looking candle back end if you want to move back over to my chart. Volume is picking up, so I do like that. Could be a little better, quite honestly, but I'll show this once we get my chart back up. Now, again, this is a smaller time frame. I still personally am looking at gold as a little bit on the neutral side. As far as the higher time frame trades, Gold is giving me a score of a 3. So, hey, if we get negative U.S. data come out today, then that's going to add another point or two to the bias for the services PMI. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that's negative or positive for the dollar. But if it's negative, hey, it's going to help. It's going to be positive for the gold. So,
Nice.
let's
Nice,
get
nice.
my chart up. My chart. Yeah. Back in. Where's my chart? Back in. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, when it comes to gold, again, I'm just kind of looking at it on the smaller time frame. So I did see this 15-minute demand I was looking at on the stream yesterday. I think price was up in this area somewhere. So price come down. I mean, I like that demand. I mean, it just had 5 green candles coming out of it with increasing volume. So I like that. That means the move was real. It means the effort matched the result. So that made me feel real good about that. So now I'm just basically on the 5-minute time frame, waiting to get some type of a move above this candle, preferably. So I'm going to just, for my mentality, I'm just going to put a line there showing my kind of line in the sand. Hey, go above this point. And when you go above this point, I need some volume. So this is where I just like to kind of bounce back and forth between the 1 minute, the 5 minute, and just see how price is kind of forming. Now, obviously, at the moment, looking at the volume, it's kind of dropped a little bit. So it's just a little bit of indecision. You got unfilled orders coming in, but yet you still have some sellers coming in because it has been a retracement. So, yeah, just waiting to see what the next move is going to be. But looking at the 5 minute, I mean, this is perfectly what I like to see. Price kind of goes sideways there for a little bit. This is exactly what we were looking at on that other asset just a few minutes ago. Contraction box, right? So,
right.
Let's get my. So this, ladies and gentlemen, this line right here is fair value. So the box is fair value. Now the line coming out is a fair value line. So, yeah, and this is good on all time frames. So price goes underneath, banks push it up, collect liquidity, push down, collect this liquidity, push up to collect this liquidity. And now they're pushing down to collect liquidity under here and hopefully some unfilled orders in this demand zone, this 15-minute demand zone. So I'm just sitting back waiting for a little bit of a bullish candle. Now, this is a 15-minute demand zone, right? So normally on the higher time frames, I'm looking at a 15-minute bullish engulfing or a bearish engulfing candle, obviously a volume spike. But obviously, since I'm on a 15-minute zone, I need to go down a little smaller, right? So let's look at a 5-minute bullish candle coming out, preferably an engulfing candle, but so far I haven't gotten there. But volume goes a long way too. So I'm not interested in hopping in just because of this volume going down. But yeah, I just basically need to see if I don't get the volume, then I might look at something like this. This is where it's good to be malleable or be flexible, I guess would be a better word, since I'm not a piece of metal, right?
Moldable, meltable,
malleable.
Yeah.
Right.
Word.
Malleable.
That was one of the fun words I learned in school, and I thought, well, that's a cool word. Maybe I can use it one day. Never thought I'd use it in a trading setting, but
there we go.
At least you did. If I do end up, if I do end up getting price breaking that line, then I think I would honestly prefer to wait for price to come back and make a little bit of a double bottom, which is, I know, the Michael specialty, right? Before going for a buy.
Exactly.
So it really just depends, because as of right now, yeah, you got the decreasing volume, from the point where it hit the zone, and that was the biggest volume candle, and understandably so. So, yeah, this is just basically a little bit of a game of weight, just kind of going through that little sideways action on the 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, and Just get that out of my way. 15-minute candle is shaping up pretty well. Getting a nice little tail.
Yeah, I might jump in with this one. I also want to go long on gold. It's just not 100% where I want it, but it's at least in the same direction, right?
Right. Just want to see what a 3-minute candle looks like over here on. Yeah, over here on Trading View. Yep. Yeah, same thing. I mean, that 3-minute candle is pretty much the 5-minute candle as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking for a break above, but I preferably would like to see the volume start picking up to show that it's a real move, to show that institutions would be jumping in this thing. Because so far, this feels to me like nothing more than a retail move, right? But obviously, the 1-minute time frame is the easiest place to spot that. I mean, it's always best to get like a big red candle, something that's like 2-3 times bigger than the previous, the candles right next to it. That's really what I like to see. But yeah, just looking at this. Yeah, same thing. I mean, this is obviously, it's just a perfect little contraction box. Just love it. Love it. A little. So anywhere, just so everybody understands, anywhere you buy this thing under that white line is undervalued when you're looking at the most recent contraction box. Again, price goes sideways because buyers and sellers temporarily agree on price. If I buy up above this white line, I'm buying overvalue. I'm buying expensive, right? I want to buy undervalue. So that's why I want to buy undervalue, but also buy in the demand zone. So that's like a perfect 1-2 combo. If I had only 2 options of indicators of every indicator you could possibly imagine, just simply give me the master pattern and the order block. That's it. Now, I don't have to have these. I mean, I can map this out on my own. It's just nice and easy and quick just to have the algorithm spit it out for me. But
for sure,
we all have our favorite indicator, but that's really mine. So, but yeah, I'm just going back over. I'm just basically, and I've already got this kind of mapped out on my trade over here. Just putting in a small amount, nothing too crazy, $100 risk. But yeah, I'm just going to keep an eye on it for the time being.
Cool. Thanks.
Nothing really to report at the moment, but if this obviously changes, I'll jump in here.
Okay, just let us know. We've got quite a lot of questions here, so I think if we can just maybe answer some of them and just give you a bit of time there. Hopefully things set up for you. From what I've read, Ash Guru, is that you've had a hard time with the futures platform, right? Project X. And by the looks of it, even the account that you've won. I mean, we can definitely go into strategies and the realism of trading. It's not as easy as it potentially seems, right? We've got years of experience. Passing one of these challenge accounts is not peanuts, in my opinion. That being said, don't lose faith. Just try again. Try to learn as much as you can. That being said, a lot of your questions were geared towards wanting either one of us to assist you in learning how to trade on or navigate, I should say, the Project X platform. So the platforms we are using here is firstly TradingView to do most of our analysis, and then we're also using GUI Trade, which is a Forex and CFD trading platform, right? So the Project X one specifically is geared towards trading futures. All right. So if you want more help with that, then you're more than just trying to read something on the side here. You're more than welcome to please join our Discord channel, and through that you can actually reach out to one of our futures coaches for a one-on-one session. So they'll be more, capable of helping you with all your questions that you might have, any concerns that you might have, and especially navigating the trading platform, in a one-on-one environment. So to do that, you need to subscribe to our Discord channel if you haven't done so already. And through there, you can actually go ahead and book a session with one of the futures coaches. All right. So also, join the later sessions after we finish our session. But what's it like? 45 minutes after that is when the future session kicks off properly. We do have the pre-market pulse, which is 15 minutes after we finish our morning session. But the guys that's really trading the Project X platform is on at 8:30 Central or 9:30 Central as the New York opens, right? So they'll be more equipped to basically help you out with all those questions that you might have. Right. Very importantly, I've actually mentioned this the other day. It's during one of these sessions. Is trading is you can get carried away wanting to place your first trade, and you want to make some money. Or you're just excited to get your foot in the door, especially if you're new. But please do take the time to also understand the tools that you have at your disposal. Making a mistake or fiddling here and there, incorrect position sizing, hitting the wrong button if you're meant to go long and you hit the sell button instead, stuff like that. Perhaps it's better to, within a simulated environment, get used to your trading tools first. And obviously that is your gateway to execute the need to know 100% how to do that. Depending on your trading style too, if you want to scalp, you can't go fiddle around for a few minutes and then miss a trade. You need to know exactly what you want to do. Know exactly when you execute, where your stop loss must be, and those sort of things. So, nothing wrong with not understanding how the platform works. Nothing wrong with that at all. But I would recommend that before you do actually trade, or even trade with a challenge account, that you familiarize yourself with that platform, all the ins and outs, where's the drawing tools, how to add indicators, stuff like that. But very importantly, how to place orders. What do different orders mean? What is a buy stop order? What's a buy limit order, for example? Do you know the difference between that?
Right.
The different orders mean different ways that they get triggered, and there's a lot to learn from that aspects as well. And I think that should be at least the first port of call that you need to attend to before you even try to place a trade, right? Understanding what order types there are, and again, how to navigate the platform. Very, very important. So again, to book a one-on-one session, maybe with one of our futures coaches, I think would probably be one of the best ways to do it.
Yeah, I did the same. I did a similar thing
Yeah.
when we started with these live streams with my GUI trades. I messed up a couple trades and fat fingered it and put it the wrong size too. So hey, it happens to the best of us. I mean, I've been in this game almost 12 years. I still mess up a trade here and there just because I'm not paying attention to something, or I'm not familiar with the account, the broker. So no worries, Ash. I mean, yeah, we all do it. That's just part of it's part of it. But yeah, Chris, I threw these up here for you. These indicators. Yeah, just simply go under indicators, and then you can type them in directly there. I just have them starred as far as the supply and demand order block tool, and then the master pattern indicator. So hope that helps you out. It's really cool. You can go on there and play around with those, and hopefully that helps you out, my friend.
Yeah. And then we have Maria that was asking a question about her account that she won. Again, congrats on that. Our Discord is probably the best way to reach out to support. They're like lightning fast to get back to. So just go on Discord and go to like support section or whatever the case might be. Drop a question in there. I've actually read some of those threads there where people have a few issues with setting up the accounts. Maybe just not knowing how to do that 100%. And they are very, very quick to reach out to you. Well, that's probably the quickest way rather than trying to send an email. Just go onto our Discord channel and ask for help. We're here to help you. Every step of the way. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah. As far as this gold
Ash,
opportunity, you what?
Sorry, Tiger.
Oh,
Ash was saying that he hit the wrong button on Project X and he lost the account. Ash, you probably
ouch.
traded to big size or something happened there. I'm really sorry to hear that. You'll unfortunately have to retake another challenge if you want to use Project X. Again, if you lose a trade pressing the wrong button, you're probably trading too big size, and unfortunately did not understand all the ins and outs just yet. So keep on going, keep on tracking. This is a steep learning curve, believe me. It's not just all going to happen overnight, but that's also one reason why we're here to try to help you out as best as we can. Cool.
Right.
Well, the good news is,
Maria, if you go to holaprime.com, sorry guys, just go to holaprime.com. Right on the first page, there's a link to join Discord. And just click on there. Or maybe Backend can drop a link for you guys as well in the chat if they want to. But elsewise, just go to holaprime.com. On the very first page there we go. We got a Discord invite link there.
perfect.
And we'll get you set up. And just go ask any questions you have there. Right. Tiger, maybe if you want to address the next one from Ash. I didn't understand how to place a lot size.
Is she on? I'm sorry, you're on the. Yeah, lot size. Yeah, we can take a look at that real quick. Just real quick. The good news is with the stop loss poll, so everybody knows what a stop loss is. Nobody selected what's a stop loss. Congrats.
Right.
But it looks like 71% of you use a structure-based stop loss. 21% use a fixed pip stop loss. 7% prefer the ATR-based precision. So I don't know about you guys. I don't think there's any right or wrong answer on that. It's just a matter of your own personal risk tolerance, risk preference, right?
Right. Right.
Mine kind of starts off as a fixed pip stop loss, but as price goes in my favor, that's where I start to structure it a little bit. You know, the trailing stop. But I don't let the system do it. I do it myself. So, yeah, me, it's kind of a combination of the two. It starts off as a fixed pip, but it turns into a structure based as I go into profit. So, but yeah, as far as the lot size goes, yeah, we can just click back over. Well, the good news is, you know, a lot of the brokers we have nowadays just calculates it for you. Oh, yeah. And that's part of what got me in trouble in the first. When I first started trading, because all the brokers I had didn't calculate it out for you. You just had to put in your lot size.
Right.
So it kind of became a pain. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, Ash. I can't tell you off the top of my head how to calculate it. I mean, that's what I love about brokers like GUI Trades or like some of the other ones that yeah, you just simply put in it.
Yeah, same here.
I didn't really dig that deep into it. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to do some. If I did like 10 minutes of research, I'd remember how to do it. But off the top of my head, I just don't know how to calculate it. But yeah, as far as this platform as an example, yeah, you can just type in the dollar amount, or you can type in the risk amount if you just want to risk 1% of your trade or 1% of your account, right? I mean, on this unit calculates it automatically, or you can just type in one lot, or you can just type in the dollar amount you want to risk. So, yeah, I can't think off the top of my head how to do that, to be honest with you. I'm probably the worst person to ask.
So I can tell you really quick. It's I actually share this quite often, and I have a note for this too. But anyway, them would be whatever let's say you have an $100,000 account, so you want to risk 1%, right? So 1% of 100,000 is 1,000. So you'll take that 1,000, which is your full 1% risk, and you'll divide that number by your stop loss, and whatever you come out with, that's your lot size.
So from the spot where you buy to the stop loss, that range you're talking about.
Yep. So if you got let's say you got a $100,000 account, you're risking 1%, so that'd be $1,000, right? And let's say you got a 50 pip stop loss, you divide 1,000 by 50, it gives you 20.
50, correct.
20 pip.
Yeah.
20, yeah. So you're doing $20 a lot.
So you decide your position sizing or your lot size according to how much you want to lose and where you place your stop loss in relation to your entry.
Exactly.
That's the first question I've been stumped on. Thanks, Ash, for stumping me on that question.
Ash, that's why it's good to go and maybe speak to one of those features guys, because they are using that platform specifically, or maybe even just attend one of their live sessions. You can do this afternoon, or I don't know where you're from, maybe early morning, depending where you're from, right? They kick off at 9:30 Central Eastern Standard, or 8:30 Central. And like you're doing right here now, just ask those questions in the chat and they'll be more than happy to help you out.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're good. They're good. They're great people. And they speak a lot faster because they have such a much shorter show. So they try to cram as much as they can. Especially with Paul and
things move quite fast during that time as well.
Paul and Coach Paul, Coach James. I love watching their show. It's 1 hour long, and it's just full of energy. And those two are just back and forth. It's and they're witty and they're smiling all the time. It's just a great show. I love watching it after our show's over. Good stuff. But this
I'm gonna put something in the chat here if I can. I don't know if it's gonna let me because it's a little long, but oh dang, actually you can't. It's not letting me. That's so weird.
What are you trying to do?
I have like a I can share it really quick.
Yeah,
if we can share my screen really quick. I have like a sticky note basically. It won't let me copy this. Maybe I can copy it and put it in the Discord, maybe. It won't let me copy it and like put it in the chat for some reason. It shows up weird. But back in, if we can share my screen really quick, and then I'll get right back to you, Tiger.
Yeah, no worries. I'm looking at a couple other things anyway.
Perfect. So here it is. So this is, this is something I put together to, I guess, try to understand like the basics of it for people. And then just always remember that the Forex pairs is slightly different from the indice pairs, right? So if you can kind of look at this part here, 0.01 is 10 cents a pip, 0.10 is $1 a pip, 1.00 is $10 a pip, and 10.00 is $100 a pip. But that's only in Forex pairs, right?
Correct.
And the only difference that changes this from indices like S&P, whatever, all the other stuff, this is how we would naturally look at something, right? 10 cents is 0.10. That's what we would think. If you used to see how much something costs, it would look just like this. The only difference is from indices and commodities to Forex is it's 1 decimal point over. So if you can wrap your head around this, which should be easy because this is what you use anyway, just move it over 1 decimal point.
Yeah. Just a quick note then, Michael, though, that is if you were to trade the CFDs on the indices or the commodities, right? Because now we're referring to pips.
Right.
Yeah. Because if he was using platform X, then or project X, and you've been trading futures, your tick size is the same. Pip is for Forex and CFDs, and tick is for futures. So one incremental move in Forex is a pip, or one incremental move in futures is referred to as a tick. Now, you also buy one contract or you sell one contract in the futures side of things. That's also the other difference. You can't position
Yep.
size that unless you trade the micros. And one tick in the futures has got a set value for one contract. So if you want to double that up, you have to buy two contracts or sell two contracts. For example, the
Yep.
E-mini S&P, the ES, trades at $12.50 per tick, with the NASDAQ, $5 per tick. Gold, $10 per tick, and so forth. If you want to trade the micros, that's the only ways you can actually position size then if you want to have less exposure in the futures side of things. They trade at a tenth of the size of the E-minis. So on the S&P or the ES, which is the E-mini S&P 500, if you trade the micro contract of that, it'll be $1.25, a tenth of $12.50 per tick. So one tick value in the micro contract for the MES, which is the symbol for that, will be $1.25. And your margin requirement will also be a tenth of the size. So, yeah, that is on the Forex side of things, but big difference when it actually comes to the futures. And traders need to understand that futures is a different ballgame as well. You got a lot more flexibility in controlling your position sizing, trading Forex and the CFDs that actually track the future side of things. Of course, the Nasdaq, the S&P 500, US 30, XAU USD, or silver, they are actually CFDs. They're not futures contracts. They track what the futures are doing, but completely different thing. If that makes sense.
Right. Yeah. Good info for sure. Yeah. This is just like a small basis to try to like really understand, right? Because I know a lot of people just can't put this together sometimes.
Yeah, that's
And I just think
that,
it's a good
it is.
visual, but it's really a simple math problem, like to me. And again, only on this side, like these two steps here is what it would be. Your account size times your risk is the risk amount, and you want to divide that risk amount by your stop loss and pips. That's really it. So once again, if you have $100,000 account and you got a 25 pip stop loss, you want to risk 1% on, let's say, Euro USD. You do that 100,000 times 1%, which is $1,000 in risk. $1,000 divided by your 25 pip stop loss is $40 a pip. And to calculate $40 a pip, it would be 4.00 based on this information. Based on this information here. So if this is 1.00 is $10. To get to 40, you're just going to change the 1 to a 4. So
Right.
like it takes a little bit to wrap your mind around a little bit maybe in the beginning, but once you can grasp the concept that it's only two steps really, because you really don't even have to do step one. Like I know I have $100,000 account and I know 1% of 100,000 is 1,000. I'm really skipping right to step two. I'm doing 1,000 divided by whatever my stop loss is. As soon as I get that number, I know exactly what my lot size should be. And then once you get that, you can kind of start playing with it, right? Like you don't have to put the full position on one. You can just divide that number by 2 and take 2 positions, or divide it by 30 and take 3 positions, or 4 and divide it by 4 positions. So, but yeah, this is super important. I like what you said earlier today, Richard. Is I think I was telling Chris yesterday. Actually, we had a call yesterday. It doesn't matter how good your strategy is. It doesn't matter. We can call fire signals from here until December of 2030. If you can't execute the trades, it doesn't.
Exactly.
If you can't get this part, it doesn't even matter. So
Yeah.
yeah, I just want to touch
Very
on that because I
important.
had that like quickly available.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
you can take Tiger. Just want to show that really quick.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I mean it's super nice that brokers these days are just calculating it out automatically for you, especially for people like me because I hate math. I can't stand it, which is probably why I don't have a whole lot of interest in options trading. But
Right.
anyway, that's another story. Yeah, you can flip back on over to my chart. We'll just kind of go through some more of these alerts I've got set. Okay, there we go. Yeah, still just waiting on the gold. It's not really shaping up at the moment. Still just kind of made a new lower low here within that demand. So, yeah, now would be a good
I'm
time
actually
to get
thinking the lower.
Now would be a real nice time to get a bullish candle with some volume, but we shall see. It's keeping me safe right now so far. Not getting the volume spike, not getting the reversal candle. So nothing to complain about there. But yeah, pound dollar, still been waiting on this sucker. I mean, I do have this 4-hour supply zone up here. This supply zone I like because it was strong enough to push through this demand zone. This was a daily zone, that bigger rectangle. And then I had this, so that was a daily demand zone at one time with a 4-hour demand zone inside. So confluence. So that was one I was watching back in this area when we still had bullish fundamentals, bullish sentiment, right? So just because it became bearish on my fundamentals doesn't mean I ignore that. I look at that as a potential take profit. Well, in this case, price ended up just coming down to it first before hitting any overhead supply. So because this zone was strong enough to push all the way through that demand, that gives this zone some credence. It gives it some kudos. It tells me that it's strong. Not only the fact it pushed through those zones, but it's got a pretty decent volume spread analysis candle down here, that yellow candle. So got some strength. So upon returning, it's a 4-hour supply with, I think, a 1 hour. Yeah, we got a 1 hour within a 4 hour. So that's confluence on just a little bit smaller time frame. So, and you know what? I actually put an alert right here a little closer, but I think I'm going to delete that because I was looking here on a 10-minute. On a 10-minute, I mean, I really kind of like this little cute little 10-minute supply zone candle here, to be honest. I mean, it had a pretty good volume coming. Well, actually, the volume was on this bar here now that I see that. But nevertheless, really nice drop. But I think I might end up just skipping that because the better zone is just
You're welcome.
Yeah, give me another 20 pips.
You're welcome.
Right on. Right on. No, that was good. I might have you actually email me that. That's something I need to study, to be quite honest with you. But it's just nice. I just never worried about it. Again, all these brokers fractionalize.
Did you go and drop it there in the Discord, Michael?
So matter of fact, I can try to drop it in the Discord here now. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I might have to break it up into 2 messages.
Yeah.
I think they're by the resources section under maybe trading tips or something like that.
Okay.
That's where I generally post my charts and stuff.
Yep. So that's pound dollar. I'm just waiting on it to shape up a little bit. See, I've already went over the Nikkei. So looking at a higher time frame on the Nikkei, I mean, I'm still waiting on this 38,590 level. Still a long ways away. Definitely not going to get there anytime soon. But that's that green line there. That's ultimately the highest time frame what I'd like to see. Again, I do have this smaller time frame zone I'm waiting on here. Still got some distance to go. The NASI the same thing. In fact, I need to put an alert on that now that I see that. Get my alert set on NASI. Just throw that out a couple days. Ooh, my air conditioning kicked on and it feels great.
In the resources section, right under Tiger's book, the 3 feet from gold. So you guys should be able to see the exact thing there.
Nice.
Euro pound, still kind of waiting to see what happens with price gets down here to the 0.8672 level. You got this nice demand here I'm waiting on. So that's about 15 pips away. Might possibly get an alert on that here within the next hour or so, hopefully. Let's see. I've already went over the S&P because we got that smaller time frame zone. Pound CAD. So this is a bearish setup here when you're looking at fundamentals sentiment. I Nice downtrend. Got this just sideways chop fest going on here over the last 4 or 5 days. Intraday trading days anyway. And then I got this supply overhead. So, yeah, give me a spike back up here. I think I drew an old, let me see. Yeah, I was paying attention to that zone at one point because I think price was down in this area, but wanted to sell over value from this retail zone. But as you can see, it didn't make it. It just kind of made a new reversal point. So, yeah, now I'm kind of looking at this as just one big sideways chop fest. So I'm just going to kind of color that in gray just so I can keep an eye on it. Just a big chop fest. I'm not interested in this area at all. So if I can get a push up to this supply, then that will be a pretty decent spot to sell. And then buy to cover just ahead of this daily demand zone underneath, which is yellow. Anytime you guys see me draw a yellow rectangle, it's daily demand. A daily demand zone. So if I just go back to the daily time frame, then that's this. Now, demand or supply, by the way. Supply or demand. So, yeah, you had, if I get rid of this, you got that red candle right there. That last red candle down before push up. So that's the daily zone that I have marked out here. So just for context for anybody watching. Now, it has actually pierced through. I totally just remembered that. It did pierce through. Let me see. Does that affect anything? Let me go look at the 4-hour time frame. So 4-hour time frame. Four-hour time. Okay, so, yeah, I'm not too worried about that. Because, I mean, the biggest volume was really this candle here. So if I bring that candle forward, that'll be obviously green since it's a smaller time frame. So let's do this. I just want to see if price hit that. Okay, so I don't think price hit that. Yeah, so the tip of that candle is right there. Okay. So that makes me feel a little better. So the reason I was looking is because if price had come down to that candle where that volume was the biggest when we looked at it on the 4-hour, then I would be a little more cautious about the fact of, that price being on a 4-hour. 4-hour demand is stronger than a 1-hour supply, right? The higher the time frame, the stronger the zones are. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure. That it had not hit that high volume candle. So anyway, we're good. Sorry guys.
Gotcha.
That's where I would be interested in.
Guys, just excuse me for 2 minutes, please.
Oh sure, absolutely. Currently in gold shorts. Gold shorts, yeah. OVO cap. Right on, man. Yeah, I'm just sitting there just waiting. It's basically contracting on gold for me. I don't even know if anything changed. 5 minutes. Okay, so we're starting to get a little bit of a retracement. What is that? Not quite a bullish engulfing. I mean, it's kind of engulfing if you're just looking at the bodies, but yeah, still not getting great volume. Right? For that candle right there. Now, again, it's not technically a bullish engulfing because it didn't break the high point of the candle beside it. But the volume it's just not great volume coming out of that yet. So, yeah, so far, OVO, so far your setup's looking much better. And I'll be totally fine if I don't get a signal because I'd much rather you guys be making profits, right? Not worried about mine. And I'm just looking at this for coaching purposes anyway. Teaching. Okay, we are getting some volume, though. Starting to get a little bit of volume. So we'll see. I'll take another look at it here again in a minute. Just going back to my alerts. We got about 14 minutes till break, just so everybody knows. And then we'll take a 15-minute break from that point. So,
and the price we're going to give away at 6. Remember that?
Right.
Another 10K
right.
account. Yeah.
That is
they keep on coming.
Got this I'm on over to pound Aussie dollar now. So yeah, more retail chop fest. Guys, anytime you hear me say retail chop fest, that's really the range you kind of want to ignore if you're looking at some of these higher time frames, because that's just where people are getting chopped to pieces. So yeah, just like I drew here, that's another one where I'm waiting for price to come up to this 4-hour supply zone here. Also have a anchored VWAP from this low coming all the way through that zone. Anchored VWAP. VWAP. There's you guys' homework for the day. Go study VWAP, volume weighted average price. That is just a very good universal indicator no matter what you trade. I know that the big banks and institutions use it as well. There's a few different ways of using it. So that's a good piece of homework for you all to go do. Just go research VWAP if you have no idea what that is. It's really good stuff. So yeah, that's basically the same. Nothing's changed on that 2.067 level on the pound Aussie dollar. That's one of the stronger bearish ones I've got. Dollar Swiss franc. I know Coach Michael is trying to find him a spot, and he has his take profit a pip, 1.9 pips below my alert I have set on the 4-hour supply, right?
Right.
So overall daily demand, daily supply, which is this green candle here before the big move down. Got my confluence because I've got a 4-hour supply at the upper end of that daily candle, daily demand, a daily supply, 4-hour supply, perfect confluence. And look how close this dang thing got. I think it missed it by like a pip. I think I might have pointed this out last week, but yeah, that missed it by 0.6 pip. 0.7 pip. So 7 pipettes, which isn't the term that I use a whole lot, but it's kind of fun to say now and then.
Pipette.
7 pipettes, but it didn't touch the 4-hour, so that's why I'm giving it credence. So just give me a retracement back up to that level, 0.81719, and I'll be looking to short this thing because it is, after all, given me a negative score of dollar Swiss, -5. So just barely on the bearish scale, right? So yeah, that's dollar Swiss franc. Barely. Pound dollar, I've already went through that one. Aussie dollar, Swiss franc. That's actually a -4 now, so I'm going to ignore this. So that changed. Yesterday it was -5, but today it's -4. So, yeah, and that totally makes sense because we did have the CPI for the Swiss franc, which was, let's see here. I'm not sure why that changed because that was a positive score for the Swiss franc. Yeah, CPI forecast minus. Because previous was 0.2, actual was it was 0.0, but the forecast was -0.2. So yeah, it shows up. Yeah, it shows up on the economic calendar as a green number, meaning good for the currency, because of the forecast. It beat the forecast, right? But when you compare it to the previous report, 0.2 actually went down 0.2. So depending on the way you look at that, it could be positive, it could be negative, right? So with the algorithm, it actually took the negative side. So, but I asked you. But yeah, I mean, I still have this alert set. I'm just going to leave it here. You guys can see I've got this 4-hour supply here. If I can get a push up there, we can look to short that. Okay, moving on. Aussie. Okay, so I got just a couple left. Pound New Zealand dollar. Yeah, nothing's changed on this either. I drew this up last week. Still got this overhead supply here. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of that sideways chop fest. But the thing is, I got clear, distinct legs on this thing, right? Unlike the other retail nonsense we was looking at, some of these other ones, real clear, distinct legs. Like it doesn't get any clearer than that. Like there's no secret on these legs, right? So I still do like that supply. So I'd be interested in that. Nothing's really changed. NASI, yeah, got this higher time frame price line at the 22.5 level. And then Bitcoin. We haven't talked Bitcoin yet. So you know what? It's kind of funny, Michael. I just noticed this yesterday, I think when I was on with Coach Paul. So when you're looking at TradingView, and of course I drew that up, I'll just delete it for now. But obviously I got my alert set down here on a 2-hour. I do have a 2-hour demand zone right here, this red candle before that giant spike up. Well, so it's a 2-hour within a 12-hour. And you can clearly see that it hasn't touched it yet, right?
Right.
Now, you go over to GUI trades.
And it's all in it.
And it touched it. And I didn't notice. Look at that.
Right.
I didn't notice. I didn't pay attention, but it touched it. So it just goes to show that sometimes this is for everybody watching. Price is not always the same. Zones don't always look the same from broker to broker. Sometimes they can be different. So just keep that in mind. Oh, wait a minute. No wonder, Tiger. I drew that to the top of that candle. I drew that one to the oh my gosh, that's what I did. I drew that on the wrong freaking candle. Now I see where it would have hit. I didn't notice that, Michael. I was wondering, like, what the heck? But no, I drew this one correctly on GUI trades, and I drew it incorrectly on TradingView. No freaking wonder I missed this.
Right.
So there's my equivalence of you with your missed Aussie report last week.
Yep. See, even at this level, we can still make mistakes.
Yeah,
right.
That's what I did. Okay, no worries. Well, it ran off and left me, but I don't really even. Yeah, Bitcoin. I mean, it's still showing basically neutral for me anyway. I mean, Bitcoin has given me a +3, so I basically need that. 2 more points to even have that on my bullish sites. But yeah, currently neutral. But yeah, rookie mistake. You're not the only one.
It has.
Well, that's the basis of what I'm looking at. Ladies and gents in the chat, if you have any other currencies you want us to look at, indices, Bitcoin, gold, silver, from a technical level, just let us know. And I think that's basically all I got at the moment, Michael. If you had anything, we got 5 minutes left before break. Yeah, see, the gold is honestly kind of falling through that demand zone, so I'm probably going to ignore that, which is good for OVO, because OVO said they are short. Yeah, I just never got the signal. Never got. Yeah, he's short. So I never got the signal to take that thing long. Yeah, see, you can see now it's went through the zone. So that officially negates it since it came out the bottom. But it kept me safe because I never got a trigger candle. It started to base sideways. The volume, you could tell, just dropped. So this hopefully is a really good thing for people to see, right? Especially newer traders. In my older days of trading, I would have gotten right in this trade I would have gotten into this trade just from the touch of the demand zone, right? But for one thing that I've gotten really good at is being picky and making sure every single puzzle piece fits. And above all, volume. Got to have the volume. I got to see that the big players are stepping in to push price the opposite way. Collect the liquidity, right. Collect the unfilled orders, and actually get in the game. But clearly they did not have the interest to get in the game here. Totally fine. I stayed safe. And, there's always something to criticize on a loss, right? So I didn't make a loss, but now I can see, okay, low point back here, high point. That's high on the curve, right? That's pretty high on the curve. Right. So makes total sense. I basically reevaluate this and would be more interested now in this maybe one of these lower points down here. So perfect. Hopefully somebody learned something from that non-trade I took or I didn't take.
Nice. Well, it looks like we got a few questions here. So we're about to take a break, guys, in like 4 minutes. You guys know I'll dig deep into it. So I don't want to get started yet until we get back from the break. That way I can just do everything straight out. And then, Chris, I see you put 5,200 cross. We'll go over that gold, what I'm looking at as well once we get back from break. I'll go through all the pairs.
Let me just address one quick thing. So guys and gals, I've got a third-party site I use for top setups. I can't really go over that on here because it's not affiliated with us. I'm trying to pull some strings, me and some people in the company. So hopefully at some point I can share that, but just because of the fact it's third party, it's not affiliated, I can't really share that at the moment. But yeah, hopefully I can have some good news on that at some point because I would really, really love to start sharing that just to help out with the
some very, very good stuff. Cool stuff
of the fundamentals. So yeah, stay tuned. That's about all I can say on that front.
Right. We got you guys covered. Don't worry. We're pulling all the strings we can, getting everything together, trying to provide you guys with as many resources, tools, everything we're using. Right. All while being compliant.
Compliant. Keeping the lawyers happy, keeping other companies happy, right? We got to cross our I's and dot our T's, cross our T's, dot our I's, whatever that is. That way we can be legal on everything. So, but yeah, I'm pushing that hardcore. So hopefully we'll have some answers on that soon because I think you guys will really enjoy it.
Yeah, that'll be awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep.
By the way, guys, 1 minute. Let's just a little bit over 1 minute before we go on our break. Just a quick reminder to all our viewers, we are going to still give away that 10K challenge account. It's a free Forex challenge account that will be at 6 a.m. Central. So about 45 minutes after we get back from our little break, we'll be announcing that winner live. So if you do want to win this prize and you haven't won yet, today might be a lucky day, but to be eligible for that prize, please make sure that you subscribe to both our Hola Prime Global and Hola Prime TV accounts on the YouTube side of things, as well as our Instagram handles. Keep on commenting there in the comment section, and make sure that your YouTube bio, your emails in your YouTube bio, so that we can actually get hold of you with your account details and get you set up with that prize. So good luck. Again, at 6 a.m. Central, we'll be giving away the 10K challenge account.
Yes,
there you go. Passing it out. Like Richard says.
L2. Yeah, we're gonna Chris, when we get back, I'm gonna go through all the charts. But yeah, for gold right now, it's looking like L2 long. But I'll break everything down when we get back.
Cool.
Sweet.
All right, everyone, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. So please do stay tuned. Check you later.
Be right back.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts.
See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game.
I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too.
This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill.
Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Richard. I'm one of the coaches from Hola Prime. Join me as I take you behind the scenes on a little tour of what I like to get up to on a daily basis and beyond charts. I started trading 16 years ago, but through persistence and a very high level of dedication, I got to learn 3 invaluable lessons through my career. That trading should be treated as a business. It's really not a gamble. Consistent profitability demands effort, and there's really no shortcuts or any way around. And especially risk management, which isn't, it's part of your survival as a trader. You see, early on I realized that success in trading is only 20% strategy and 80% mindset and emotion. Now, as a coach at Hola Prime, my focus is very simple. Helping traders build systems with an edge, cultivating the discipline and focus needed to execute them consistently. You see, guys, the markets doesn't care about you. It will humble you if you let your pride override rules and reward you when you execute your plan without fear or hesitation. As a trader, I like to get outdoors as much as possible. Really try to strike a balance between trading and also leading a healthy lifestyle. Leading a healthy lifestyle for me could be anything. Hiking, I love swimming as well. Today is not really the weather to go and swim, but I will take the dog out for a walk. Because I'm really trying to force healthy habits so I can stay focused when I really need to, when I'm behind the charts, and all the stresses that comes with it. As getting outdoors really helps relieve those stress and helps me personally keep focused as much as possible. In my spare time, I like to play big darts with my trainers. And just as in training, skills and practice is everything. And that's a wrap, guys. Look behind the scene of who I am, what I do every day, beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. Take care.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Well, hello everybody. My name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Hola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money. So I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff. But competed national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them. So bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint; it's a marathon. Okay. The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets. And I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading as well, as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own, and about 25 years before that, even, with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight, but it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Welcome back, everybody.
All right.
Managed to get something in your stomachs?
That's right. Just my boring old granola bar, as always.
I actually had a burger, a little bit unhealthy today, but that's what I felt like.
Well, it's lunchtime for you, right?
Oh, yeah,
I'm
like
jealous.
It is.
Isn't it 11 a.m. Richard? 11 a.m. your time?
It
11,
is
15?
just past 12 now, quarter past 12.
Oh, you're past 12. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, that's not so bad.
Not too bad.
I never
I'll
was
try
a
to eat
burger
salad
fan,
tonight.
but here in the States, we got a couple burger joints called Five Guys Burgers.
Five Guys. Yeah.
I've heard of them. Mm-hmm.
Five Guys is like the best burger I've ever had in my life. They put fresh cut jalapenos, grilled mushrooms, yeah, barbecue sauce, a little mayonnaise.
Nice.
It's good stuff.
No, it's great.
Not
And
the
they give you
healthiest.
all of those.
You guys are big on your
so
barbecue
many
stuff,
fries
aren't
in that bag, and it's ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, yeah. You got to order a small fry. The first time I ever went to a Five Guys was in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and I ordered a medium fry, and it was just a gigantic bag full. I mean, huge bag full of fry. A small fry will
everything
feed
is
two,
massive
maybe
in this
three
place,
people.
right?
Yeah, everything's bigger here. It seems
Even
like
your cars
just
and
ridiculous.
your roads. No, I've been there a few times back in the past. Yeah.
Now they have a really good place in Atlanta. It's called Grindhouse, and they actually have the Impossible Burgers. That's not actually meat, so like the organic whatever. Guys, these burgers are amazing. I put it on everything. No one could tell me that this wasn't a real burger. Like you just couldn't tell me.
Sure. They have them here too. Huh?
The Impossible Burger.
Actually
pretty
imported
good.
from the US here to South Africa.
Nice. Yeah, they're pretty good.
The Impossible Burger.
They're pretty good. Good stuff.
Cool. Should we proceed?
Proceed.
Are you still busy with something, Tiger?
No, I pretty well went through all
finished
mine.
up, right?
Yeah, I went through all mine at the
Michael's
moment.
going to go through his little session there. But before he does, maybe just switch to my charts and I'll just give a quick overview of what I'm still seeing here in gold in the bigger picture for those that are interested.
Yeah, for sure.
If we can just share my screen, please. There we go. Right, so there's a lot of new names here in the chat. I've been going through my bigger or higher term or higher time frame analysis on most of the markets that I follow, but especially here on gold. For quite some time now, I think it's more than a month now, guys, been sort of saying that we could be dealing with a triangle formation in gold, right?
Mm-hmm.
This after this obviously very strong bullish move into this high that occurred on the 21st of April, 22nd of April. All right. Then started moving sideways, what could be a contracting or symmetrical triangle formation or a ascending triangle formation. So rather than trying to be too accurate or calling it an ascending or symmetrical, created this sort of zone in the top here, where I believe price would find resistance. That was around about the 22nd of July last month, right? Then a strong decline again. Now, triangles occur in 5 waves or 5 internal waves, like A's, B's, C's, D's, and E's, and then you get a continuation upwards. In this case, in a bullish trend, this is just sideways movement. It looks a lot, or resembles to me at least, the looks and feel and the characteristics of a triangle. Now, whether it's an ascending or symmetrical, that I can't tell you. Am I completely right about this being a triangle? Who knows? But thus far, price sort of been behaving how I expected it would. The only thing is that this might still be underway. And rather than calling that the end of the C wave, because it was very short-lived, we could potentially still do this to get that C wave, then a D wave, then a E wave, and then a move upwards. Right? So something like that. Just to really frustrate and irritate everyone that wants to go
Yes.
long or expect gold to break out to the upside, it might still be doing something like that. So that's also in the back of my mind. The reason being is that this move lower here was very short-lived. I can't, for the life of me, fit a nice sort of zigzag move into it. So each one of these internal waves, A, B, C, Ds, and Es, typically trace out in a zigzag formation or combinations thereof. I think this one's pretty clear. You can see that, A, B, C. This one's pretty clear, A, B, C. And then this one where I have currently my C wave, a very short-lived C wave. Quite often when you're dealing with these triangles, and believe me, gold can go into these triangle formations for months on end. The time that these internal waves take typically play a very important role in trying to identify whether they actually completed, whether they're potentially still underway. If this is the case that a C wave is still underway, we're probably going to break these lows at 3244. But on the other end, this is how I had it labeled, and I will potentially just stick with that for the time being, trying to get long gold, trying to put away the doubts that the C wave has indeed either ended or not, and try to see if there is any way to get into this to the upside. When we started today's session, I was saying that I might get into a long position, but price actually sliced through areas I was interested in. I did not get any sort of bounce from those areas on the smaller time frame, that is, right? I'm just showing you this on a bigger picture. So I did not get into a trade, and obviously when things like that occur, you have to obviously then look lower. Where, if you want to be long, right? Where's the next potential area that gold might be moving towards? Now, we got a one heck of a fair value gap here that occurred with that move higher on last week Friday to start the month of August. Very, very large area. So, yeah, I mean, trying to get into a trade here on the top, positioning a stop loss below that area, and then attempting to go for new highs. Listen, for me as a swing trade, not really the best risk-reward ratio there. That's just because it is so wide. But I can always go down onto a smaller time frame, and if I do assume that what we're seeing here is corrective, I can then also again use market geometry to try to figure out areas where that correction, assuming that it is a correction, might end. Right? So you can see price has been in this standard pitchfork setting during this move lower. Let me just get my magnet mode back on. Being contained really nicely within the confines of, should probably be using this high over there, of this pitchfork. A very steep angled pitchfork. And remember when we kicked off today's session, I said that this might have been an ABC. Come on. Bear with me, guys. That, B, C, and we potentially might go higher. That didn't occur. Price moved lower. See how it hit that upper median line over there? Found resistance, and bam, to the downside. For this now to look like an ABC, they're quite often very symmetrical in the ranges that these internal waves move. This is now becoming overextended, right? It's now starting to act differently, in my opinion. This indicates to me that there is more downside potential. Maybe something like this, and then correction, and then more downside potential, taking us into that fair value gap that I mentioned earlier, right? Which at the upper limit is around about 3339. Let's go 3340. So it might be worth trying to get into shorts. I've actually read the comments here that some of you guys are short. I believe it was Maria on the future side of things. So I definitely think you got the direction right during at least the London session. But I'll start getting cautious. I'll be cautious about getting short if price start hitting this big fair value gap. Again, it's quite massive, guys.
Yeah, it's huge.
So and my thinking is that we could still move lower just by looking at the price structure here. It might even be that if this is some sort of a correction, that it is a double zigzag A, B, C, little X wave, another A, B, C, like something like this. And then we get a move back up. Either way, I think short is probably the better way to play this. Obviously, trying to tune an entry to the short side. If you're not short already, might be a little bit tricky. But ideally, I would like to get long gold, but I will need to have it lower down from where it currently is trading. Right, that's my 2 cents on gold, guys. Back to you, Michael. You can go and do your thing.
Yep.
Do your thing.
It's about that time.
We also got another little poll going on there. So if you guys don't mind filling that in for us. They're questioning, how do you pick your Forex trade with support resistance zones, candlestick confirmation, trends and pullbacks, or news-driven bias? It'll be interesting to see what you guys think or what you like to do with your Forex trades.
You know, funny enough, technically, right, like, you shouldn't do one of them. You should actually do all of them, really.
Right. Exactly.
Like, it should be a confluence of all of them, not just one of them.
Trick question.
I was just going to say confluence.
But,
right.
But, you know, everybody might have their favorite one to at least start with. So, that's a good.
For sure. At least you start somewhere, right?
So for me,
you
you're not just willy-nilly getting to trades.
Right.
Yep.
Right, like news-driven bias to make sure you don't get in the trade, so that knocks that one out. The next one would be trend and a pullback, right? Then I'll look for support and resistance zones, and then a candlestick confirmation. So it's really all 4 of them. That's interesting.
Yeah. So
cool. Well, we can get it over to my charts. I can jump into it all. I like to kind of like take my time with this, so I want to make sure you guys are you show what you want to show. This kind of takes me a second to go through all of this most days.
Buckle down.
Hunker down. Right, so. But yeah, guys, welcome to the segment of the show where let me stop. Well, yeah, guys, if you got any questions about any of this and we're going to break down, please let me know. Especially, I know a few of you like follow this process, and especially Chris Bryan, who was our winner yesterday. So, Chris, we're going to get into when we had our session yesterday. I mentioned like, hey, just show up. You know, I actually break all of this stuff down every single day, right? So, for those of you who are new, who have not really seen my style, in essence, this is how I like to trade it. This is what I'm looking for, right? And this is that market maker cycle. Richard and Tiger, I'm sure at this point are tired of hearing me say the same thing over and over again, but
I love it.
Right. Well, this is for me the entire business, right? Like, as always mentioned, I'm staying away from this peak high. I don't want to trade the peak high, and I don't want to trade the peak low. My bread and butter is right here in the middle, right? Once we get this 1350 cross, the break and retest, that's level 1, where I'm going to get this bounce trade, typically off the 50. Every now and then, depending on how the move looks, it might be off the 200 as well, but primarily it's off the 50, right? They want to get that breakdown. It's breaking past this level here, right? We'll kind of break down past that. And then I want to see it pull back to that same exact level, right? And give me a second opportunity. And that's my level 2 trade where the 50 and the 200 will cross. And I'm looking for M's and W's off the 200, head and shoulders off the 200, what I would call a half a bat off the 200. Doesn't really matter, right? As long as it looks right in essence. It'll be some type of pattern off of that level, which is that 200 EMA, right? I show this all the time, but if I can find this, where is this? Oh, here it is here. So let me reshare this, and boom, right? So it was greatly highly recommended. Oh, perfect. Thanks for that, Chris. Well, cool. So yeah, when I'm looking for that move off the 200 and level 2, it looks one of these three things, right? Like the M, where the first leg and the second leg are really close together. Typically, it's about 7 to 10 pips, right, or less. It could be the same exact amount, right? That's the M structure. The half a bat structure is what I call. It looks a little bit different, except the first leg is higher, the first leg is higher, which is pretty much the head of a head and shoulders pattern. It's really the same thing as a head and shoulders pattern, except there's no left shoulder. That's the only difference. So these last two are kind of the same, right? If you can imagine just taking off this left shoulder, you will be left with just the head and the shoulder, right? So it doesn't really matter what it looks like. I'm just looking for some type of pattern off this 200, right? In level 2, that is. When I come to the charts, I'm always asking these same 4 questions. Where am I in the cycle? Am I in peak high? If so, I'm not interested. Am I in peak low? If so, I'm not interested. I'm on to the next pairs, right? If I am in level 1 or level 2, because the 1350 has crossed before the 5200 crossed, or we have a fresh 5200 cross, I'm moving on to my next question, which is there a pattern? Do I see any type of pattern off this 50 in level 1 or 5200 in level 2? Right? It'll look again something like one of these 3 patterns, guys. Like literally, I want to say 90+% of the time is only going to throw one of these 3. And this is the cool part about knowing, not just where you are in the cycle, but what you're looking for, because there are no other moves that the market makers can throw outside of these 3 moves right here. If it is something outside of this and it's a V, guess what? It's a pass. It's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, you just pass it. I'm not interested. Right? These are the only 3 moves. Yep. That I would be interested in if they actually threw it, right? And I was interested in taking it. It would only look like one of those 3, right? So getting it back into it. We were looking for this. And this is the whole model here, guys. So I like to keep this up because I go over this 5 times a day at least. So this is already drawn up. And again, you'll notice we'll not go through all of these pairs just to kind of give some preference. Once again, it's only going to be one of these 2 levels. 1350 cross, level 1, looking for a bounce off the 50, or 5200 cross in level 2, and we're looking for one of those 3 patterns, right? The high and low, we're staying away from, right? So hope that was good. If not, ask away in the chat here, and I will answer any questions you have. Well, cool. So jumping right into NAS 100, I'll start at the top here. I'll go through the indices. Then we'll get into gold, silver, crude, Bitcoin, and then the Forex pairs. All right. So starting here at the top, as you can see, I already have what I'm looking for drawn out. So makes it pretty simple to see. But in essence, what we're trying to do is to match up what we see on the charts with the diagram that I have drawn on the right. Right. And before I get into this, I do want to go into this really quick. This is a slightly deeper scenario of, again, what we're looking for. Right, just a bit here. Right, all the charts are coming over. I'm gonna have to draw this over again because now the price is actually painting over my picture.
Oh.
Right. So cool. So never mind on this. I'll pull this up another way somehow. I think I already got a picture of it. Right. So cool. Just jumping right into it. This here for me is what I would call, and I'm gonna be abbreviating this, guy, so we don't have to be typing all day. But pH is peak high. Right. It's not your pH balance. It's peak high. All right. Right. pH is peak high, right? So you can see that this 1350 has crossed. So we know we are in level 1. And when I say 1350 cross, guys, remember it's the blue crossing the red. The red is the 13 EMA. This light blue is the 50 EMA. This white is the 200 EMA. And this royal blue is the 800 EMA. These are the only EMAs that I have on my chart, which is at the top. The bottom here is the TDI, which is, again, the Traders Dynamic Index. And then I just have a few funny looking indicators on here, right? It's actually one full indicator that encompasses a few different things, right? So the blue on the outside are Bollinger Bands, which we should be familiar with. This purple looking line is what I would call my RSI line. The red one is the signal line. The yellow one is the market baseline. And then this static line is what I call my static 50, right? So I'm using the chart in addition to the TDI to explain what is happening. And they both need to agree, right? They need to agree with what I'm looking at for this to all work out. So, cool. So jumping into it once again, we have this 5200 cross. So we know that we're in level 1. And then we're looking for that bounce move off the 50 before the 5200 crosses, which does not happen, right? So there is no level 1 move, right? Once the 5200 cross, we're in level 2, and we're looking for the level 2 move, which would be, again, one of those 3 patterns, right? So you guys can kind of see I already have this M structure drawn out here, what I'm kind of looking for, right? And that move will look, in essence, something like this. All right, probably take it off at around 800 EMA. That's what the chart looks like. Like, well, what pairs are you analyzing? I'm analyzing all of them. I'm gonna go through every pair that I look at, starting with NAS 100. So I'll do the indices, the commodities, and then little crypto, and then the Forex pairs. All right, so that's what the chart would need to. Yeah, all of them. I'm going through everything. So this is what the
hunting opportunities, right?
Yeah, it gives you a lot. As long as you can find your level 1 or level 2 trade, this works across all markets. They all look the same. One of the days what I want to do is I want to just randomly just say, hey, somebody in the chat, and maybe we can do it today. Just throw up a random pair, and I'm going to break it down just how I do all of these. It's going to be the same exact thing.
That'll be a good exercise.
Yeah. Cool. So maybe
I think we had someone ask us about the US 30 earlier on. So maybe if you could look at that. I know you don't really look at the US 30, Michael, but if that
US 30 is next.
I can't remember who it was. Is it next?
Yep.
Right out. There it is. Yep. Of course it is. He's going through all of them. He said I should listen.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through all of them. All right, so that's what the chart will be telling us, and then of course on the TDI we would need this market baseline, as you can see now, how it's just above this static line, which is good. Like, it's starting to make that test of what I would call trapping those retail trades. So they want to make some type of pattern, go long. This is the manipulation phase that I bring up, right? We had the accumulation phase. This is the manipulation phase at this point. And then obviously once this confirms, we can get a close below this price, which I'm going to put an alert here and just say, check this out. Because I will be interested to see what it looks like once it gets below this price. Then that will be the distribution phase. And I'm going to take this obviously to the 800, nearly a 1-for-1. I mean, 1-for-2 on this, basically. Right? Slightly less. So on NAS, I'm looking for shorts, M's, or half a bats or head and shoulders patterns off this 200 EMA. So I'm looking to go short on NAS. That's my bias right now, but of course I'm just waiting for it to confirm. Right. Next up, we have US 30. Right. So now you guys are going to notice we have a lot of level 2 trades, mainly because it's right after NFP. The markets have not really gotten back to their regular areas, I'd say. They're kind of overextended a bit. So you guys will notice there's going to be a lot of level 2 trades that I'm going to go over with today. Right. But in essence, we will be looking for some type of pattern off the 200, right? 5200 cross. The next thing we're looking for is that structure off the 200 going back short. All right. So same thing. The only difference with this one is you don't want to take the trade up here when it closes because you have this 800 EMA in the way. So theoretically, you will want price to close below this and then get in. Right now, this barely makes it a 1-for-1. So you want to be careful with this. Don't get slipped or jump in late and you're risking more than you actually make on this trade. Right. The better move would be to let it close low and then get a nice pullback to somewhere around a 13 EMA to get that, 2-for-1, and then go ahead and take it on down. So that's what I'll be looking to do if US 30 sets up the right way, of course. Of course, with the reload, guys, with this setup, the MW's half a bat head and shoulders pattern off the 200, it requires a reload, right? Like you have to have the reload. And just to give some emphasis, no reload, no trade. Yeah. Yep. Because what's happening is part of the manipulation phase, right? On the charts is what we're seeing is the manipulation phase. But on the TDI is when, again, once the market baseline crosses back above this static, there's traders that have pending orders going long. So for them to build up that liquidity before they yank it in the other direction and hit the distribution phase, they want to activate those orders going the wrong way. And that's exactly what we see on the TDI for the reload. So no reload, no trade. And trust me, when I tell you guys, I lost so many M&Ws off the 200 that had no reload. It took me forever to figure out why I was losing these trades. Forever.
Yeah.
I literally did not understand for a very long time.
Nice.
And then I finally noticed that.
Well, at least you figured it out.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Better late than never.
Yeah, thank God. If not, I would probably be sitting outside some banks shaking my tin cup. Right?
Asking for your money back.
Yeah, like, please give my money back. Please. So thank God. I'm actually asking, so it does work on all markets. Yes, this works on all markets. They all have some type of cycle structure just like this. Now, it might be a small variation of the theme, so I'm not going to say it's exactly, but 90, 85, 80+% of it will be just like this, right? And again, it might set up less, kind of like for me, it's crude oil. Like the cycle is still there, it just doesn't set up as much. But yeah, to answer your question, absolutely. So same thing in US 30, we're looking for M's off the 200 or some type of structure off the 200 going short. Right. Next up, XPX. This is pretty cool. I actually drew all three versions of what this would look like, right? So we have our why didn't that just go? Okay. Same thing here. We have our peak high, right? And then we have now this was a little bit interesting because it went 1350 cross to the downside, so we knew we were on level 1. Then it crossed back up to the upside, so it went back to peak high. And then it crossed back down to the downside again, so we know we're in level 1 once again. And then shortly after that, because we had this steep decline, we see that the 50 and the 200 cross, so now we know we are in level 2. Really straightforward. Now we know we're in level 2, right? So again, we're looking for that pattern off the 200, and that pattern again can look like anything. This is the M, right? This would be more or less the half of that. I'm gonna just put HB, all right? And then this would be more or less the head and shoulders. Let's put H and S for head and shoulders, right? It doesn't matter what it looks like as long as it makes this move off the 200 with the reload, it's good to go. All right, I'm gonna redraw this. Let me redraw this one. Something like that. All right, cool. All right, so yeah, as long as it gives you one of these 3 moves off this, this is what you'd be looking for. Something just like this. All right, so pretty simple and easy to see. And once again, that's no different than this. Right? It's the same thing all over again. It's literally the same thing every day.
Every day.
Okay. So we're looking for something just like this off one of these patterns off this level. That's the main thing. Right. So that is what. Whoops. So that's what SPX. What I'm looking for on that one. Gold. I know we got some few people interested in gold today, and this is what I would like on gold. I will be long gold because 5,200 has crossed to the upside. Right, we're in level, but I want to come down a little bit further. We haven't had a touch towards the 200 just yet, as you can see. So I want to come down to pretty much what price is this? Around 33.40. If we can get 33.40 and then some type of structure off that level, I'll be happy to take this long. Right, so temporarily short, bigger picture long. Looking for W's off this 200 with the reload, of course. Right, if you can look, you can tell that it's not ready yet because why? The market baseline is still above the static line. That's how I know it's not ready. This needs to come down. Right, so if you're short, I think somebody was short gold. Not a bad short, to be totally honest, but I would start taking it off around that 33.40 level because it could totally bounce off of it. In fact, that's where we expect it to bounce off of.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's right at a demand zone as well, like a 2-hour demand zone. Now it's already been pierced halfway through, but below that, which is 33.44. Yeah, from 33.44 all the way to 33.40, like what you just said. There could still be some unfilled demand orders in there, so definitely be careful. Maybe even look at your profit at that point.
Exactly.
Just our suggestion. As always, we're not financial. What's the word? Financial.
Advisors.
Financial advisors. Yeah. That's where I would be careful.
For sure.
Exactly what I said.
And it's mainly like for me, right? Like that's not a bad short, don't get me wrong, but just keep in mind that is a counter trend trade. That's going against the trend. Yeah. So just be mindful of that. Well, yeah, cool. So that's what gold looks like. Silver coming up next would be, let's see what we got over here. Okay, so yeah, this actually is kind of high off the curve. So let's readjust this. Right, we need something more like, I'm gonna delete this and draw it over. So yeah, we're still in level 2. As you can see, once the 5,200 cross, price has not touched this 200. So we're looking for M's off this level. Some type of M structure going back short. I don't even know why I have this. Yeah, I literally don't even know why that's there. Anyway, we be looking for some move that looks like this. Now, this is a great example of letting price close below this 800 EMA so that it doesn't bounce off of it once again. So not bad R to R. This can make $1.25 basically. Sounds good to me. So we're looking for moves
Michael?
like this.
I think on Chain Alley was asking, do you use previous day range on gold? I think that's what your lines are, isn't it? Those dash lines.
Previous day range.
He's probably referring to liquidity sweeps, previous day low highs. I don't think Michael looks at that, no. Just for everything to line up.
No. Yeah. So in essence, like what I would be looking for is, now these blue dash lines are yesterday's highs and lows for the most part. So I do notice them, but I'm not really looking at that sort of speak. What I am looking at though is for them to hit the stops, basically, right? So let's say, for example, this is the Asian range box. Like when they come out of this box and to go long, I do want to see them hit it low first and then go up, right? So
gotcha.
That's my version of what I would call a liquidity sweep. Like I want them to hit the stops.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going long, I want them to hit the stops short first. If I'm going short, I want them to hit the stops high first and then go short. Because for me, that's where that manipulation happens. It's they're doing the opposite of what you want them to do first, and then they do what you want them to do.
Yep,
That's
right.
Right. Michael, just quickly, I just have to remind everyone that we want to give away that 10K prize in 8 minutes from now.
Nice.
But please, guys, please add your email addresses in your YouTube bio. Otherwise, we cannot select a winner. I'll reach you with that account details. So it's very, very important that you do that, please.
Yes.
Yeah. Gotta have the email.
Super important, guys. You don't want to get skipped over because you forgot that part. So make sure you add your bio.
Yep.
All right. So well, cool. Hopefully that answers your question. So I'm not really focused on like the liquidity sweeps in that manner. More or less hitting the stops high coming out the Asia box. Right. So just more along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So that is silver. Next up, so this one is dead, right? And reason being is the 5,200 has crossed to the downside. So we will want to draw this entire thing over. Actually, I'm going to copy this to make this easy. And then we'll delete all of this, right? Next up, we have the 5,200 cross. So we know we are in level 2 short. All right, level 2.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then we're looking for that M structure off this 200 level, going back to the downside. I thought I copied that. Damn it. 5,200 cross. No, we're in level 2. Off the 200. This is a little large. I think I'm going to change the size of this. Yeah, let's make this a little smaller. All right, there we go. That's better. Sweet. So from there, we also need our market baseline to go above the static, right, for the reload. And then let me copy this because I'm going to be writing this a lot. Right. And then that move will look something like this to the short side. Once again, it needs to close below this 800 EMA so it doesn't bounce off of it. So be looking for something like that off of the 200 once again on crude. This probably won't set up because it never does. Like I think I've taken 2 or 3 crude trades. It hardly ever confirms the right way.
Never.
It's always something missing.
It's that naughty child, not mine.
Right. No problem at all, Ash. You're very welcome. on-chain Ollie as well. You're very welcome. You guys stay tuned. We still got a lot more to go. We're going to give away the prize here in about 4 minutes, and then we will continue with the markdowns. Gold, Bitcoin, I'm staying away from. As you guys can see, this is in this huge range. I don't want anything to do with it in this range right here. This is ugly. I only have this marked up because someone asked me when would I take it, and I said if it did something like this, then. And to be honest, I probably still wouldn't take it, but I'll be looking for it. I don't want to take trades towards the all-time high like that. That's not something I'm into.
Right. It's expensive crab legs, huh?
Literally.
Michael, just quickly, we are looking for an eligible winner today for the 10K challenge account, but we are struggling to find new participants, should I say, or potential winners that's got the email IDs in the YouTube bio. So please do make sure you go and add that if you would like to win today's 10K challenge account.
Yes. Guys, we're trying to pick somebody, but you, and we're talking to you, your email and your bio, so we can't pick anybody.
Yep.
Right. Guys, go put your email in the bio so somebody can win this prize. We're literally saying take our money, right? We're giving away free.
Yeah. Simple as it gets. Get that entry fee taken care of. And remember to let your friends and family know too. If you have friends or family or acquaintances, co-workers that like to trade or that are interested in trading, whether they're a beginner or they've been in this thing 20, 30 years, it doesn't matter. Definitely let everybody know. We're trying to organically grow this channel. And slowly but surely we're getting there. But as always, word of mouth helps. So if you could spread the love, just like you showed us the love here on the chat, that would be indebted to you for sure. So just for future reference, right? And you can always take the YouTube link that we have and paste it to your socials if you like. But yeah, and we'll definitely be here to help you guys out, help them out as well. So just some food for thought.
That's right.
100%. Cool. Well, yeah, you guys get that done. This is what I'm looking for on that. I'm going to take all of this off because it messed my whole thing up now. I'll draw it out later. And cool. So let's get into the Forex pairs, right? This is that Euro USD that was kind of maybe right there a little bit. I just don't like. Let me move this over too. I don't like this. Oh, man, it just looks really funny. Like the small candles like this is what I don't like. It makes it seem like it's just caught in this area. I want to see some quick movements, not this. This is weird looking. So I tend to stay away from when they look like this.
Big contraction box, huh? Yep.
Exactly. I'll be honest though, it's super close, right? Like technically this is confirmed on a 4-hour chart. Why? If you look at this last candle, this candle is below the 13.
Whoa. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Good. And then on a contrarian signal, as Tiger would say, I'm looking to go long, or was looking to go long on USD CAD or USD CHF. So that would make Euro USD short. So I don't want to take two of the same trades because if I'm wrong on one, I'm probably wrong on both. So you got to pick one. I wouldn't really want to take Euro USD also for that reason as well. I'm already long UC. So yeah, still looking for something like this. In essence, this is still not a bad setup. I would want to see it again look a little bit better than that. Like give me a real second leg, not just this little lazy slumping around type of deal. Looks kind of funny. But yeah, I will be looking for some type of pattern off the 200 here.
Michael
Next up,
Kell
we got EJ.
Marquez just asked, how do I win the free account? Very easy. Just please subscribe to both our Hola Prime Global and TV accounts, as well as our Instagram handles, and make sure that your email address is linked to your YouTube bio so we can actually get hold of you with the prize, right? Set you up with the account.
Yes.
Very easy, very easy. Keep commenting here in the chat box, and you could be today's winner. We want to be giving away that prize momentarily. We're just still waiting for new eligible winners. So if you won before, unfortunately, we can't give you a prize again. We want to make some space or time for new traders or new participants that have not won yet, just to make things fair. Right. Top Dog Sell just subbed, saying that us guys seem like good people. Thank you very much. We try to be.
We appreciate that.
So maybe you could be today's winner as well. Again, make sure that you link your email address in your YouTube bio if you want to be eligible. So we're still deciding on a winner. I am chatting here with our support team behind the scenes while Michael's going through his charts there. And as soon as we have a winner, again, make sure that you follow those steps. We'll announce that name very, very soon. Again, there we go. Please add your email address in your YouTube bio. Very, very important.
Awesome. Sweet. Okay. Cool. So moving along here on EJ. I'm not feeling EJ, not at all. I just deleted the markup on it, but in essence, we would be theoretically looking for. This is in level 2, of course, because the 5,200 has crossed. That's how you know you're level 2, and we were looking for some type of move here off the 200, right? They didn't really give us the full move. The next move would have been this bounce off the 50 and then drop, which didn't happen, which makes this move dead. I would be looking for this to turn around and go the other way at this point, right? So something like this. And I want to catch this move. So this will take forever. So I'm not interested in it right now.
Yep.
All right. Euro CAD. Almost took Euro CAD earlier today. In fact, remember I wanted to see we'll be out of the money if you would have actually took this. We were looking for a real leg, not just this funny looking thing that we got here.
A real leg.
I know a man with a wooden leg named Smith.
Yeah, that's what this is. This is a wooden leg. It's a peg leg right here.
Reminds me of Mary Poppins.
Right.
Wonderful movie, Mary Poppins. Right.
So we know we're level 2 there. Again, looking for real structure, not that bull crap. We want some real structure.
Bull crap.
Right. So cool. We're looking for something like this. We already got the reload, to be honest. So we really just need the second part of it, which would be, the actual real second leg. So nothing as of yet. Right. So that's nothing. EN we took last week and smashed this trade. This was the trade of the week last week. So everything I always point out, you can easily see, guys. 5,200 cross. Yeah, TP smacked. 5,200 cross, M structure, reload. Everything was there for this trade here last week, right? This week we're looking for it to go back the other way around. 5,200 cross. And we're looking for some type of M structure off the 200. Right? Something like that with this
Mm-hmm.
Right. And again, just to recap, this is what I'm looking for every day. Where am I in a cycle? That's why you guys notice that's the first thing I'm looking at is the EMAs to see if I'm in level 1 or level 2. Then I'm looking for that pattern. Then I want to see, I kick it up to the 4-hour chart for that that higher time frame confirmation. And then I'm looking for my entry signal, which would be a close above or below the 13 EMA. Every day like clockwork. Every day. All right, so that is in EG, something similar. Still looking for longs on EG. All right. Probably target this level here. So yeah, nice one for 70, not bad at all. And of course, we still need, still need this reload to happen on the TDI as well. So level 2, long, looking for W's off this 200 as well. All right. And Chris, I don't see you in the chat. If you're here and you got any questions on any of these and I'm going through, let me know. And of course, anybody else as well, let me know. I'll elaborate further if need be. Cool. So that is EG. Next up, we have EA. All right. Kind of looking the same as the other ones. Again, lots of level 2 trades because we got these pairs overextended from NFP. So a lot of them are really far out, right? So I'm just constantly moving these over day by day so we can see what we're looking at. But same exact thing, guys. Level 2 long, 5,200 across to the upside. You can always tell because the 200 is at the bottom, right? So this is the upside. Level 2 long, looking for W's off the 200, right? Next up would be GU. I'm losing faith in this one, I'll be honest, Tiger. I don't see this as happening anymore. Yeah. This thing just hanging out.
Yeah, it's not. It's just it. You just need to shake a stick at it and tell it to do something.
Yeah, do something.
Do something.
It's been sitting here for a long time. All right, same thing though. M's off this 200 level. Stops go above the swing, of course. TP is at this low, right? And we need our reload off the TDI as well, right? Yeah, as you can see, 5,200 cross. The first time price touches the 200 is where we're going to be interested in taking this back short. And to be honest, depending on how long this stays down here, I might just take this off altogether. I don't want it to be sit down here for too long. Like you can stay, but you got to leave eventually. Like don't just sit there. So that is you.
Temporary agreement, huh? Buyers and sellers.
Yes.
Guys, just a quick mention from our side, from the support team. We have actually came across a lucky winner. We're just preparing a few things from our side, so please do stay tuned. We will announce that name of a brand new Forex 10K Challenge account in just a while. So please do stay tuned.
Woohoo!
Okay, nice. Sweet. Okay, I see Chris back. Say Chris, if I'm still
nice
here. Awesome.
Chicken dinner. Winner, chicken dinner.
Yes. Cool. So GJ, I'm staying away from. When you guys see me have these red horizontal lines on here, this is a range. I don't like when it does this, so I just stay away from these. Yeah, it broke out of it, but that's after forever. I needed to do something else at this point. It can't just hang out like this. And on top of that, it kind of already gave the level 2 move, right, which was 5,200 cross right here. Right, and then it just kind of ranged around, hit it one more time, and dropped. At this point, this move is dead. I'm looking forward to turn back the other way at this point.
So you need a sign that says no loitering.
All right, no loitering. Right,
no loitering in the retail chop zone.
Right, I do not like that. It's ugly. Messes up the whole thing.
I'll have to look for a no loitering sign. That's a good idea.
Right. Awesome. Yeah, a few of these pairs, I think GA and the next 4, they're all ugly. That's why they're not marked up. This is way too low on the spectrum, right? Like 5,200 cross way back here. The move was here. All right. Matter of fact, let me just mark it up. The 5,200 cross way back here, and then you got your move off of this level here. And on top of that, price broke the level here. So anything below this, I'm not interested in. This needs to turn around and go back the other way. Right? We got this funky little cycle over here, but yeah, need to come up, break that level, and I'll be interested in this here, right? Once it kind of breaks that and recesses this zone, then I'll be interested in it going long. But right now, this is ugly. Super ugly. This one, GC is ugly. It's the same thing, same exact thing. The 5,200 cross way back here. The M structure off the 200 was back here. It broke the level right here, and now we're below that. We're trading below that zone. I don't want this. It need to be, I'm looking for longs. So shorts is gone. GN, same thing, right? We have the 5,200 cross back here. Right, the M structure happened here to the downside. Price broke below this area here. Yeah, now we're trading above it, but yeah, this is still not it. Like it would need to 5,200 cross to the upside now. So maybe give me some structure like this going back to the upside. Market based, I need to go below the static back above for reload. I'll be interested somewhere around there. But for now, this is not good. This is dead. GF, same thing. I actually know someone who's short. Long GF. I think someone mentioned earlier today that GF was really, really low.
Yeah. Was it GF?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it Maria?
Steel,
I believe.
No, I think it was
74, right? So
I forgot who sent it. It was
anyway. Yeah,
it was someone.
But yeah, this did low.
Someone.
I'll be honest. It was super low. But I just want to point out today. So I also saw we got a lot of messages, so I'm not really sure exactly where it was, but I see the reasoning behind taking a trade like this. But at the end of the day, this is never a good reason to take a trade because it's low. That's not a good reason. Now you might look up, and get a good position, but this is a high risk trade for sure. Just because it's low, which to be honest, it could go even lower. Right,
Michael?
It even went lower than that.
Sorry to interrupt. You know what time it is.
What time is it?
It's time to give away our next 10K Forex challenge accounts. Took me a while to choose someone over there, but we finally found a new name. Drum roll, and we'll be announcing the name in 3, 2, and 1. So today's winner of the 10K challenge account goes to Dog Cell. Congratulations.
All righty.
Winner.
Dog.
Please keep an eye out in your inbox. We'll be reaching out to you with that account details to get you all set up. As always, if you've got any issues, please reach out to our support team either via our website or via Discord. It's a great place to join. If you haven't done already, is our Discord community. So again, congratulations. Today's prize goes to Dog Cell. I don't know if it's Cell or Cell or how would you pronounce that, but congratulations from our side. You're more than welcome.
Congrats.
I think that's a woman. It's probably Shelly.
Enjoy.
Yeah. I think that's a woman.
Good stuff. Woo!
That's good.
Congrats.
There's Coach James in the house there.
These prizes keep on coming. If you have not won as yet, please do stay tuned for our next round of coaches today. There will be more prizes given away as far as I know. So if you haven't won, you stand a really good chance to win in the future. So do stay online. Go check out our other coaches that will be coming up after us. If you haven't won a prize already, then today or tomorrow might be your lucky day.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Congrats. Nice. Okay.
Michael, back in 2 minutes.
Gotcha. Okay, take your
Cool,
time.
Tiger. See you now.
Cool. So yeah, that was my prediction on GF. I got this marked up because I want to see what happens with this. I know they're in right at this level. So cool. Moving on to UCAD. This is the trade that we are actually in, guys. Right? You can see this easily. We got the 5,200 cross, so we're in level 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're looking for that pattern, that something off this 200 EMA, which again, this is not, to be totally honest, not the best, the cleanest of setups. However, everything is there. So I did take this trade. We're in it now, only at a quarter. And I'm going to actually take off this pending at this point because it's been sitting there for like 2 hours. If it was gonna move, it would have been cool.
It's been going nowhere.
It would have moved. Yeah, it would have grabbed it and moved. Like I don't want to sit with a pending order on for so long. So we'll see what this one position does. But yeah, this is the exact move, guys, that we would take over and over and over and over again. Right, 5,200 cross. If you look to the left, after you see that, there's no price has never touched 200 except until now. If you want the trade confirms here, and you kick it up to the 4-hour chart, right? And you look previously at the previous candle, is the price above the 13 EMA because you're going long? Yes, it is, right? On the 1-hour chart, price closed above the 13 EMA. You have your reload, right? Your reload is right here. Price has gone below the static, right here. So you're good to go. You got outside the band, inside the band. Market baseline is actually pointing up. You have everything you need for this to take this trade. Everything, every piece of the puzzle is there. So that's why we are long now. The only thing is, again, this is not the prettiest W or head and shoulders. We got this little kind of
got a
here.
tiny head.
This is
like Beetlejuice.
Yeah, it's not the prettiest at all. Right,
with the gold dust they sprinkle on their head to shrink their head.
Right, or that small one, like on Beetlejuice, with the little head on Beetlejuice.
Yep. That's it.
Yeah, so not the prettiest, but we're in it. Just want to point that out. This is the only one that's actually even decent today. In fact, I do want to put my alert back on here. I don't see what this looks like once it confirms. Because maybe I will put my safe position on. Second position here. It's 37.92. All right. Because it has been sitting there. I just want to take the pending off. I don't want it to automatically activate it. I just want to know when it's in that area. And I'll decide on my own if I want to take it again. So I just took my pending off. All right, so that is UC. UF was kind of close as well. Looks just like UC, if you can imagine. And then again, guys, as I mentioned earlier, UF and EU pretty much go the opposite ways. So if I want to go long UF, you want to short EU. But if you do that, you don't want to put 1% on both of them. You want to split it up into two, and kind of see what happens. Or
the one with the better sort of reward ratio.
Yeah, you can. It's like a small hedge a little bit, but at the same time, it's like doubling up your position. It seems like so. Yeah, just be cautious with it. Worst case scenario. And then we had this funky move here, right? Kind of a half a bat move, right? We also had the reload here as well. So not horrible, just not pretty at all. Like and this is the importance of doing markups, right? Because when I mark up my charts, I know exactly what it looks like, the pretty ones. And this is not what it looks like. So it just makes me, I won't not take the trade. And the only reason I didn't take this one again, because I took UCAD, but I'll just put less on it. That's the main difference. All right, so
gotcha.
Moving along to UJ. UJ, as you can see here, we got this 5200 cross. So again, we are in level 2. And we're looking for that M structure off this 200. This one may or may not work out though, because the 800 is so low, right? So if we was to throw the strings on, say you closed it, jumped in there. So it's not that bad. The main thing is once price gets to this 800 EMA, you want to move your stop loss to break even just in case it bounces off the level and goes back the other way. You don't want any risk on the table, right? So the R to R is there, but just make sure you move your stops to break even. And of course, you would still need you see your reload, the market baseline is starting to point up at the bottom here. So you want it to continue to point up, cross that static line, and make that little reload action there. Because again, that's where they activate orders, right? So that's what we'll be looking for on UJ. AUD CAD. AUD CAD was the one that messed me up last week because I freaking forgot about the news. Right. Let me take these off. So yeah, this
Still
is what we took last week. Yeah, I am. I'm still a little like I can't believe you did that.
Yep.
Right. So we had the 5200 cross here. We knew we was in level 2. We're looking for W's off the 200. As you can see, this had everything it really needed. Closed up, and then CPI news came out and smashed this position. So typically when these moves don't work out, it either never sets up or something like this happens.
And that really barely, didn't that just barely wick you out and then turn back around?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it actually didn't even wick me out. It didn't go, it actually didn't even take me out. It did pull, I'm gonna go ahead and delete all of this now anyway. But yeah, if you look at this candle here, right, my stops were below this long wick down here. It was really far away from it. But it ended up pulling all the way back up here, and then I had to close it. So I took a loss on it, but it was literally less than a quarter of a position. I want to say a tenth.
Mm-hmm.
So luckily, this didn't stop me out. So yes, it was bad, but it could have been way worse. Right? So anyway, nothing on US AUD CAD. This is really, really low anyway. Actually, let me see. Is it that low? Actually, it's not. So let me I changed my mind. It's not that low. So let's go ahead and put this one together. And I can tell it's not that low because we're right here at the 800 EMA, and these two are just now crossing. So it has some room to continue to the downside. But same as always, right? Like, even though it's kind of in this little, I don't even know what to call that, little wedge here or whatever, but I want to see some type of structure here still going short. Market baseline will need to go above the static for the reload.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then that move will look something like this to the downside. All right, so not horrible. We'll see what it looks like. It's kind of hanging out in this little area, what I don't like, but we'll see. Next up, we have NU. NU is pretty easy to see. We got this fresh 5200 cross, so we know we're in level 2. And again, looking for that M structure off the 200 EMA. with the reload, of course. So pretty simple on NU. In CAD, same exact. We got this 5200 cross, right? So we know we are on level. We just want to see structure off the 200, taking it towards these lows. This is a nice R to R here, right? This is a nice M structure up here too that you can really see, right? It runs down. You're just looking for that next M structure. It's kind of retesting this same level once again, right? This is the area that kind of broke low at. Again, it's not exact, but it is something like a zone more than anything. So something like that. All right. Next up, we got NF. NF is kind of funny looking a little bit, but we are still looking for this structure off this 200 as well. Got to get that reload. And it will look something like this because we have the fresh 5200 cross. So we know we're in level 2. All right. Next up is AU. AU, same thing. Always remember 5200 cross, looking for that M off the 200 with the reload. That's the first thing I bring up as soon as I come and see the charts. I can see the 5200 cross. Price has not touched the 200. We know we're in level 2, looking for that M structure off this exact level. All right, plus the reload, of course. And yeah, that move looks something like this. All right, just got a few more here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7 more. Then we'll be about done. This is ugly. This is probably the ugliest pair today. Like I don't even know what the hell is happening. This is super.
Yeah, that's anyone's guess.
Bottom.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, this looks super crazy. I'm just gonna pass that one all together. Tiger, we were looking for trying to short Euro Swiss, but this has gone the exact opposite way. So I'm gonna delete my drawing here and redo it because I'm not interested in shorts anymore. Now we're interested in taking this long. There you go. All right, we got that level 2. And then I want to see some type of W structure off this 200 EMA. Going back to the upside. All right, market baseline should go below the static for the reload. Back above. And then that move will look something like this. Nice R to R on this one. 3 1/4.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now you want price to close above this 800 EMA, just how I normally say. You don't want it to bounce off of it. So as soon as it closes above it, you'll be good to go. All right, so that's EF. CAD Yen, as you can see, I got the red lines on here. This is a no-no. This is a pass. We've been sitting in this area way too long. Yeah, it broke out, but CAD Yen and GBP JPY, they're tripping. I don't know what the hell they're doing. We're going to leave those two alone.
Tripping.
Yeah, they are not acting right. Leave those two alone.
Stay away.
Yeah, and this one too. It's a lot of the JPY pairs that are doing this, right? It's the same exact thing. So I'm not interested in this either.
Yep.
CAD Swiss.
Yen, same thing.
CAD Swiss. Yeah, Swiss Yen. Yep, same thing. They kind of all 4 of them are doing the same thing.
Swiss Yen, yeah, CAD Yen.
Yep. So I got a lot going on here. Let me erase all of this. Yeah, this one looks funny, right? I was looking for, let me just do it from the start. So I can see quickly, we got the 5200 cross here. So we know we're in level 2. right? And then we're looking for some type of W structure off the 200, which we have a V. And like I always say, V's are no-nos. You can't take that. It's just not good. No real structure to that. And if you look at it, even if you would have taken it, just look at this. You would have waited since yesterday at 2 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock, you would still be basically at the same spot.
Wow.
This thing didn't go anywhere.
That's a carry trade on that. CAD Swiss.
It's probably when it's come down one more time and then go up. So yeah, this is ugly. When it makes the V like this, it's no real move. There's no retest. There's no retesting the level. There's nothing. It just dipped out of it. Look at it. As soon as you got in this trade, it chopped. It just chopped right after that. This is why I do not take the V's.
That would have been for a short. You're saying if they got in short, right?
This would be a long. It would be long.
That's a long. Oh, okay. I was looking at it in reverse. Okay. Yeah, the only good thing would have been the positive carry swap.
Right.
on CAD Swiss, but not enough of a reason to stay in a boring trade, right?
No, this thing is sitting here. It's not doing anything. So that's a big no-no on CAD Swiss. AN sitting in this same level. Once again, when I got the red lines on here, this is not good. I don't want to touch this at all. AJ, why do I have this? Oh, okay. I know I got this. This was something I was looking at for last week. So this is nothing, pretty much. Now, we did get this double cross. To be honest, I'm not really interested in this. I don't like how it crossed there, and crossed here.
No one's interested in a double cross.
No, I hate to be double crossed.
He's super confused.
Right?
I like it.
So yeah, this is another yen pair.
I like it's minus bearish score, but yeah, you're right. It's just like yeah.
And then lastly, this one did the same exact thing. Right? See, if anything, I would have wanted one more pass and retest this high, which it never did. It just dropped. This is nothing. Nothing. And that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here every day, Monday through Friday, doing this same thing.
Dr. Michael.
PhD.
So that is it for me, guys. If any of you guys got any questions, Chris, anything at all, you want me to elaborate on anything I just went through, let me know. I will gladly do it. But yeah, for now, I'll pass it back to one of you two.
Thank you. Tiger, you want to take over there? I just need to step out quickly.
Sure. Yeah, let's
give me a second. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look. Ooh, just taking a quick look over here. Yeah, still don't have any plays at the moment. That Bitcoin one was the only potential one I was looking at. Yeah, just kind of going back through some of my alerts. Yeah, I finally found his no loitering sign for those retail chop zones. So I'm going to start having some fun with my charts and adding that in. But yeah, just kind of revisiting my top setups. I mean, the euro pound actually grew a little bit in strength. So it's given me a very bullish 12 score. So as always, I know we got a lot of new people in here. When I look at fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, I kind of assign a point to each of those different reports: GDP, the PMI reports, the retail sales, the inflation reports, the employment reports, et cetera, COT report, right? What the big banks and institutions are doing. what are they buying and selling in the options market, or the futures market. So I essentially assign everything a point. If it beat expectations, it gets a +1. If it misses expectations, it gets a -1. So it's just a big way to look at everything as a whole. 5 or higher is bullish, -5 or lower is bearish. But yeah, euro pound is giving me a very bullish score of a 12. So still euro pound, euro Aussie dollar. That's still currently my favorite bullish setups. But yeah, currently I'm just not really getting anything. If I go to euro pound, just kind of revisiting that. Yeah, I've got this zone down a little further. Oh, by the way, Richard, I found the no loitering signs. So I'm gonna start putting these in my retail chop.
Where did you get that?
I just Google searched no loitering, and I just found the sign and copy pasted it. So yeah,
I see. Awesome.
But yeah, euro pound is still currently, now that's the one that paid me, for everybody that maybe wasn't in here earlier. That's the one that paid me really well on Friday. I had a $2,140 win on one of my brokers. So I'm just trying to find a good spot to get back in this thing, to be quite honest. But part of me wants to just see some new highs on this thing. I mean, we do have this 4-hour supply zone over here. If we could get a push above that and a close, and then revisit one of these smaller time frame demand zones, like maybe this 1-hour zone here, that's one of my favorite potential plays right here. I love this demand zone. This is the one that formed 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m. Friday morning, which would have been around the time of that. Let me see here. Monday. What time was that? August 4th. That would have been the Friday. Yeah, that would have been around. Yeah, obviously the NFP. I forgot that was this time. So yeah, NFP came out and just created all this crazy madness in all the markets. So yeah, if and when we get a return back to there, I mean, I'd be interested in taking a stab at it. Again, to me, the higher probability is to form that newer high before returning. But look, it's getting close now. I mean, we're within what, 15, about 12, 13 pips or so, give or take. So, I mean, I like it so well. Yeah, 18 and a half pips. So we're not too awful far away. I'm going to likely take a stab at this, even if it just simply retraces it now. We did kind of get this high point. We got this low point. Buyers started stepping in a little bit. You got some liquidity under here. You got unfilled orders in this area and liquidity. So give me a simple retracement down. Look to take a small buy, maybe just up to this level. I wouldn't look at this as like a longer term deal. I mean, you got this overhead supply on this 4-hour time frame. Get that 4-hour candle before the spike down, really sharp spike. So definitely would probably be out of that trade. I mean, I could probably turn into a scalper if we get price to come down, get up to that area. I'd be definitely trail stopping with every little new high that's created. Bring stop below the higher lows. Trail stop, yeah, manual trail stop. But yeah, I really like that. I mean, it's sitting right at the 50% level. If we just take a quick look at our fib from this swing low to this swing high, so yeah, come down, tap into that 50, and move to the top. Euro pound, as always, that's one of the slower moving currency pairs. It only moves about, what, I think 40 pips. And we're up to 48. That's obviously because of the NFP report last week. But yeah, it's typically around the 40 pip level. So that's currently my favorite setup. And yeah, again, we're about 18 pips away. So I need to make that, color that a different color. We'll color that one white. Or no, we'll color that yellow actually. So smaller time, more immediate opportunity, but that's the longer term opportunity. And I actually like that one better. So maybe a little less risk on this yellow, potential play. Maybe just a little bit less. But if we can get a push up there and then come back, then I'd put on my full risk. For me, just the way I do it, me personally. So,
right.
But yeah, Euro pound, that's still the top dog. Euro Aussie dollar is my second best. I do have a score of a 10. I have an ant walking across my laptop. Sorry, buddy. You got to go. You got to go. Got to go. All right, where's my Euro Aussie dollar? Yeah, Euro Aussie. Yeah, I mean, I got this really nice push back here Friday. Obviously, again, that NFP created a lot of potential zones because this is another NFP zone that was created for Friday for the Euro Aussie dollar. So, yeah, we're starting to get that contraction. Just want to see some more expansion. Would love to see that just drop straight down for a buy. Because again, you got the contraction, you got the expansion up. Give me an expansion down, give it a little deeper, another 60 pips or so. Be interested in tagging in right there on the Euro Aussie dollar. So that's my two top. That's updated my two top setups. Euro pound. I was telling the crowd before you guys got back. The very bullish score went up. So I think that was giving me a 9 when we started this stream. It's now at a 12. So it actually jumped
Today.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out why. So I just went to the Forex Factory calendar, and I just turned on the low impact news events, which obviously don't typically affect, a lot of times that doesn't really affect the currencies. But I did look, and the euro had just back-to-back Spanish PMI, Italian PMI, French PMI, German PMI, and then Italian retail sales. So when I was looking at all that, oh, wait, guys, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong date. Let me go to today. I'm sorry about that. Today. Okay. So this morning we had the French industrial production. That was a positive report. Spanish PMI. This is the services sector, by the way. So Spanish service PMI, positive score on that. The French industrial production month over month. That was a positive score. The French final services was actually negative. But then you had the German final was positive. They beat expectations. And then you had the PPI for the euro that was negative. So you had a handful of good positive minor reports and only a couple that were negative. So I'm assuming just that as a collective whole, kind of bumped up the euro.
Bump it up.
Let me see. Yeah, because I believe that was it. Unless something happens.
Tiger, I can switch to my charts. I can quickly go over gold, what I'm seeing here.
Go right ahead. Buy some gold.
I'm not going to buy it yet, but I think it might be almost time. Right, just looking here, the 1 hour time frame. I don't know why I picked 1 hour, just maybe to fit more data onto my chart. So you can clearly see what's going up on here. So since Wednesday, obviously, very strong move upwards. This was Friday's move upwards. This looks to me like a potential 1, 2, third wave completion, maybe fourth wave correction with another wave up to follow. Okay, and this is just over the near term, guys. I'm not talking about the bigger picture. We're sitting also with this very large fair value gap over here. Now, if you want to do a little bit of Elliott wave analysis, then I can show you something cool here that I'm seeing. If you use a channel, we go from the low of this move to where I suppose my second wave was. Bring it back up to the first high. We just hit that now. This is called return to the baseline. So typically your fourth waves will return back to the baseline, find support, and bounce back up higher. Fourth waves, if this is some sort of fourth wave correction, maybe before I do that, let me label this so it actually stands out a little bit better. Potentially a 1, A, B, C, 2, potentially a 3, potentially a fourth wave, and then a fifth wave. Okay? Potentially, guys, it's just what I'm seeing. I'm looking at market geometry, a bit of loose Elliott wave analysis. So that is what I'm seeing. Fourth waves, typically retrace is 38.2% of the distance from where your second wave ended to where you assumed your third wave ended, which is up here. Just try to draw that again. Whoops. Whoops, it's slightly lower. This is just a characteristic. It doesn't mean it always has to go to 0.382. It's just a characteristic, okay? When you work with market geometry, you always have to think a little bit out of the box. Price might find support here. It is bouncing a little bit. Again, we're looking at a 1 hour. But if it were to retrace a little bit deeper into this baseline, again, measured from the start of this sequence to the assumed second wave to the high of the assumed first wave, then, and it does move lower, doesn't mean it's not going to hold it, right? So what you typically want to do is look at previous instances, especially when you have wicks. Like at this high, we have a wick. Draw another line parallel to whatever market geometry you're using. In this case, I'm using a channel. And project that from normally the opening and closing prices of 2 candles. Rather than using the wicks, use the bodies like Michael likes to talk about. Then that sort of falls around about nobody no wicks. That 38.2 retracement. All right, so trying to build a case as to where potentially price might move towards. Let's also include that fair value gap. It's even a little bit lower. So for as long as price stays above the first wave high, it could be a legitimate fourth wave decline. Again, it doesn't have to necessarily find support at these areas that are marked out. It's just that that's typically how fourth waves behave, where they typically find support or resistance depending on what direction they're moving in. But this would be my invalidation level, assuming this is a fourth wave correction. Let me just go put some text there. And we'll put the fourth wave invalidation. And let's make that pink as well, just to stand out nicely. And that's James' favorite color, by the way, pink. If he's still here in the chat.
Yeah.
So that'll be a fourth wave invalidation. Just going to draw another area of interest. Again, when you have fair value gaps, guys, also not necessary. Price will always pull back into them. Sometimes during a strong trending market, the price will just keep on going and not pull back into a fair value gap. So this is an area of interest over here. Maybe let me mark that out, where we got a 38.2%. And that parallel projected channel line that I've drawn there, around about 3347, 3345. Now, last piece of, James confirmed his favorite color is pink. We're just going to draw a pitchfork sloping to the downside. And you can see that price has been within the boundaries of the upper part of that. Words escaping my mouse now. Pitchfork. But it's not hit the lower median line of the pitchfork just yet. That is round about here. Guys, I know it's getting very colorful here. But that's round about here, potentially at the next candle. All right, so we can also use this as a timing tool. Price has not hit the lower median line yet. We can assume that it might potentially do that, and we have multiple areas. In this case, a Fibonacci extension or a retracement level. We got an angular channel line projected from previous closing prices from the bodies, as well as at lower median line of the pitchfork. So if price were to get into there, Maybe I should drop a different line in there. Somewhere around about there, put a timeline in there. And actually alert on a horizontal level will probably be better. Let's just do this. Add alert. XAU, USD, crossing down. So I know that that is the analysis I did. I'll still be a little bit more patient. If price can make it down there, I'll open my charts again of gold, see where price is at. And if it does hit that area and start bouncing upwards, I might take a trade. The other interesting thing here, building the case a little bit further, is if this was a third wave, the internal structure of that should also be 5 waves. So we can go 1, 2, this looks like a third wave, and then we had a little fourth wave. Triangle. And what do they normally do? They typically form as the penultimate correction within a move before a new high low. In this case, the third wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we're retracing deeper as a fourth wave. Hopefully this all makes sense. Hopefully it's not just me that's crazy here. But this might have been the fourth wave end here. And typically your fourth waves in a larger degree retraces to where towards the end of the fourth wave.
We got a question from Chris.
Degree. Yeah.
Richard. He's saying, so Rich, were you looking for a bounce high at that confluence box?
Yeah. Round about there. So I'm going to get rid of most of these lines. Maybe if you want to take a screenshot of this, more than welcome. But I'm looking for a move into that area. Again, you just do the analysis. If price then follows the analysis and it reaches that area, you've had the patience to wait for it. You then get some sort of reaction. Maybe this is on a 1 hour time frame, like Tiger and as well as Michael like to do. We want to see some sort of bounce or something maybe accompanied by volume, if that is something you look at. From that area, then I'll get into a trade, for example. Right? If it just slices through that, you don't get a bounce, don't get that extra confirmation, then where's the next area? It's that large fair value gap. The problem with that fair value gap for me, it is massive. It's like, where do you get into it? It might just reach an upper limit of it and bounce higher. It might retrace all the way to the midway in between into it. Still be above that fourth wave invalidation that I assume is a correction, and then make a move higher. Or we're just completely wrong about this and price is already following that higher time frame analysis that I talked about earlier, assuming that that C wave might even still be underway rather than the E wave that recently completed. So also have that in the back of my mind. But for now, just looking at price structure, area of confluence created an area of interest. Price moves into that area of interest, I get a reaction from it, then I'll be all over it. If that makes sense.
All over it.
Cool.
All over
so
it.
That's what I'm seeing on gold. We might as well have a look at crude oil. Let me just get rid of some of these lines that I got on here. And I know James, by the way, is short crude oil, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure.
I was actually watching him while I was cooking the other day. And I believe he was either looking at a channel line or something that crude oil reached and it started moving lower, assuming a move lower towards maybe this lower channel line. I can't remember what his analysis was, but we seem to also align with what we're thinking might be happening. So just getting back to a slightly smaller time frame. During this move to the upside, price hit a market geometry level. I would have liked if it actually hit one of these solid lines here, which are an upper median line or upper red warning line. These are typically very strong support resistance areas. Should they be hit, in this case they weren't, then price declined lower, but quite often in market geometry we'll get what they call as above, so below type of thing. What I mean by that, let me get my drawing tool out here. Where's that gone now? There, my brush. So if you have, we're looking at geometric price movements here. Price made a move into a 50% dash median. I can clearly see that hit it beautifully, started declining. But quite often when that happens, and let's say price moves the opposite direction like it has been doing, then it might do the same to the downside, if that makes sense, at least. So this is actually a trade that I'm interested in. Might not set up today, hopefully tomorrow, assuming that price could at least make it towards that area, which is currently around about 64.09. Let's call it 64. Again, on the CFD side of things, this is not futures. Don't know where the current front month is actually trading at. But let me just get rid of that drawing tool and assume that if price were to follow the same angles as support and resistance, you can see beautifully how it acted as resistance, broke, acted, moved through it, and then it acted as resistance there. Oh, sorry, so resistance, 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 resistance. Boom, down. We even had this area, what we call a zoom of an area, back to a 50% dash median line, retest of center median line. So these angles, in my opinion, are still acting as support and resistance. So with price now breaking below this lower median line, it's retesting that lower median line over there. It might act as resistance. And if we can start seeing a rejection downwards, and although this is on a 4-hour time frame, let's say a break below the current 4-hour candle, which is exactly how I would like to approach this. Let's just drop the horizontal array in there. If price does not go much higher from here, breaks 64.81 to the downside, then I think there's a really good chance that price will at least break almost this triple bottom formation that we have over here. That's where I got that third anchor point of my pitchfork that slopes to the upside. Let me get that exact price here. That's on WTI. That's around 64.42. And where did I say at least would be a area that I would like to target as well? Would be this 50% dash median line over here. Again, if this doesn't set up today, then we'll have to update dynamically these targets, since obviously there's pitchfork sloping upwards, and as time passes by, the price will slightly move higher, if that makes sense, right? So that's how I would typically find my my targets using market geometry. On the current candle, 2 hours left. There might even be a situation, which will be nice to see, that if price were to close there, we get a fair value gap like that. Maybe a little bit of a retest into that area, but then I would like to see a nice and fast rejection from that. So it's not also just about, using just technicals and stuff like that. You want to see how price behaves as well. So if I had to get my tool out, let's say in 2 hours time, this little green candle closes like that. There's a fair value gap like that. Price tests it and a quick fast rejection. It breaks below here, then target 1, previous low, 64.42, target 2, 64.049, or whatever the case might be. Because obviously, like I mentioned, this might have to be updated to the upside like that. So that's what I'm interested in WTI. I'll just make a mental note on this. I have to look at this chart again in about 2 hours time. Right, so yeah, that's me on crude oil. Maybe I'll quickly go over the FTSE. I know you were looking at the FTSE a little bit late earlier. Remember, guys, we've been tracking this, so I've been tracking this to the upside quite some time. When was it? Last week, towards the end of July, I was a little bit confused as to whether this, or uncertain is probably a better word to use, whether this was a third wave high, being a sequence. Not from the beginning of time, guys, because I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in what is the next bullish sequence after a previous proper corrective structure. And it's this one over here, right? Clear to see. I mark that as a 1, a 2, internal waves, 1, 2, 3, 4 for a triangle, and then 5. Again, I had that one over here because I had to update it like a week later because price again reached this upper channel. And you can see it's been beautifully following this channel. Rather than drawing that channel from the 1 to the 3 over there to this 2 over here, see price actually broke below it. So you want to see where the angles are in this move to the upside that contain price action within a channel. And that's another way to draw it, which I typically like using. Okay. So I've been saying then that this started to look a lot like an expanding triangle or a megaphone pattern. Where's my brush again? So price makes a move, and like we had that symmetrical triangle formation in gold or the ascending triangle formation, instead you start getting this behavior. Also in 5 waves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then continuation. And that's what we've been getting there. So that's your megaphone or expanding triangle formation. I think we nailed that one. Though I didn't trade this to the upside, I just caught a little bit. I believe it was, when was this? Not even this week. Yeah, so I missed this move. We had this area at the lower channel line. Again, we didn't move this channel line. That channel line was there for quite some time. So return to the channel line into an area of where there was confluence between other stuff as well. And an A, B, C, D, E expanding triangle. And price is about to break to new highs again. What is interesting here about the FTSE, or should I say, not interesting. What's a better word to use here? The caution that I'm saying here in the sequence to the upside is that after a 5-wave sequence, you'll typically get a deeper corrective structure. And then maybe later another move upwards. All right? So if price were to continue following this channel like it's beautifully been following it to the upside, it's even been respecting the center channel line for quite some time, then it might actually still make it to that upper channel line and then start declining in a deeper corrective structure downwards again. 5 waves to complete the sequence, deeper corrective structure, and then potentially more bearish price action afterwards. So it might be worth somehow maybe this week trying to get into more long positions until such time price breaks this high over here, although this was not the start, in my opinion, of this corrective structure. It was actually over here. But one would assume after a correction has ended that price at least takes out, previous highs, even if it was part of that structure, in this case, an expanding price structure. So prices in the air, all-time highs nearly again. So, how high can it go? I don't know. But just using some market geometry, It's been working really well to act as support and resistance on this way to the upside, following the sequence. Also knowing, as I mentioned earlier, that your triangles tend to appear as your penultimate corrective structure, typically in fourth waves during a cycle. So the cycle might be getting very close to ending. Again, not from the beginning of time, just from these lows over here that start on the 22nd of June this year. And that's how I do it with that, And then if we start seeing, let's say, a move lower, we start getting break of structure to the downside, where, let's say higher lows get taken out to the downside, then that will switch my bias bearish, right? And then only look for short setups. So that's how that can be done. Right, guys, that really concludes my side of the analysis. Crude oil, gold, FTSE.
Wow.
Maybe tomorrow, if I feel generous, I'll look at the pound US dollar again. Although,
yep,
nice.
When was it? Last week I took my first Forex trade in like years.
Yeah.
The pound US dollar actually worked out. So, yeah.
We're rubbing off on him,
do
Michael.
the same with that.
I can tell.
Definitely.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Definitely. I'm already dreaming about Michael's patterns, the M's and the W's.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Well,
that's good.
Well, we can go back over to my chart for a minute. We got a few minutes.
Please do.
Yeah. Michael, I found your small-headed man for your inverted head and shoulders pattern.
The Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice. Yeah. So there you go.
That's
Just
exactly
tiny little head, shoulders, right?
That's exactly
like that. Thought you might like that.
Very ugly looking. Wonky.
Yeah. All right.
That's funny.
So, yeah, this is my basic trade plan for the day, fellas. I just got rid of all the other bullish scores that were in the single digits and the bearish ones. So this is really what I'm left with. My two strongest, very bullish bias currency pairs, and then my two strongest, very bearish ones. So just so everybody can get an idea, I know we're getting close to the end of the day, but this is essentially my trade plan. And it all has to do with the economic data, just like you see here. I just basically copied and pasted it, but I'm looking at what the sentiment's doing. I'm looking at a little bit of the technical scores, the seasonality trend, but this is the biggest part over here on the right. So, yeah, if I'm looking at these two very bearish ones, you see all the red, right? That's because it's favoring the quote currency. So in this case, the Japanese yen, the Swiss franc. If you're seeing a blue score, it's favoring the base currency. So in this case, the euro. Makes total sense because euro, again, it's essentially exceeded every expectation. If I just look at the euro, I could probably copy this over real quick. When I say 100% of reports have been exceeded, oh, hold on a second. Get off of my screen. Just a quick example. Try and copy and paste.
Is that your ad bill?
Oh. Sorry, I got pop-ups that keep popping up, so they're getting in my damn way. All right, let's try this again. Oh yeah, no, he's gone. He's gone. And Michael, there's your no loitering signs, by the way, for the retail chop fest.
I see him. I see him. No loitering.
Yeah. But this is what I mean when I say the euro is 100%. Right? So you got a bullish score on everything except for you had a couple neutral, right? You had the manufacturing PMI neutral, PPI year over year was neutral, but zero misses. Everything was exceeded expectations except for the two neutral. So that's what I mean whenever I talk about the eco surprise meter. So as you can see, 100%. So that's why I'm keeping a close eye on buying the euro. If we look at the British pound down here, that'll be a 38%. That's one of the lower ones. In fact, it's the pound and the Aussie dollar. So two of the weakest when it comes to just the economist simply predicting the right number, but the economist picking a higher number, right? So, but yeah, that's essentially my game plan right there. Just taking a look at those for the rest of the day. Obviously, this is the pound Jap here. Yeah, just basically looking for it to kind of turn the corner. It did hit this daily zone, but it didn't come down to hit the 4 hour, or I should say the 1 hour. So new lower lows. So I like that. Just need a retracement back up to this zone here. So this is essentially what I'm be keeping an eye out the rest of this next couple of days or so. Get a retracement up to that area. So that was pound Jap, pound Swiss. Pretty well similar story over here. Go back to my 4 hour. Yeah, still loving getting above this retail chop zone into that 4 hour. So not a whole lot changed there. We are about 20 pips away. Or actually, we're a little more now, about 40 pips away. It did kind of drop. So, but yeah, other than that, yeah, just those two built. So euro pound, I showed that. Euro Aussie dollar is my other one. Yeah, euro Aussie dollar. I do have this demand down here. That's it. It's really just those four. I mean, again, I prefer to see a push upward to make some new highs, and then I'd feel more comfortable about coming back into that zone. But as far as those indices go, I still had that S&P opportunity, but as you can see, it hasn't really retraced on the smaller time frame. So we'll just keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on the Nikkei. It's got a zone there as well, just kind of going sideways throughout this time that we've been on the stream. So not really a whole lot on my end, fellas. It's really just, NASI, I do have that zone a little deeper. Again, these are on some smaller time frames. So that's it. Just kind of another boring morning when it comes to the markets.
No, same.
Bitcoin, I mean,
let this UC play out a little bit longer, see what's going on with it. Maybe it'll run in New York. I'll keep everybody posted in the Discord. If you guys did take that UCAD trade long with me, we'll see what's going on with it.
Cool.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think the market's still a little wacky since we had that news Wednesday, hesitating day on Thursday, NFP Friday. Still a little funny, you can tell, because it's just nothing's clean. It's all quasi.
Maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll have a little more action.
That's so funny.
Today's just all about acting a fool and acting. I think tomorrow, just so everybody in the chat knows, show up tomorrow. I'll do a little bit deeper dive into kind of how I look at supply and demand. I think somebody was asking me about it. Top Dog, yeah. Show back up tomorrow, man. I will do a little deeper dive and kind of go through the specific details of how I look at supply and demand zones. And then I'll show you how I formulate that with contraction points, expansion lines, as far as the master pattern indicator, to where I am finding undervalued and overvalued spots if I'm buying and selling. So, stay tuned for that. I think I'll go a little deeper dive on that, and that'll help some people out, hopefully, so that you can get under a little better understanding of how I trade. So.
I think that's a good idea, Tiger. Everyone, thanks so much for joining. We have reached the end of our session. We'll be back tomorrow, same time. I wouldn't say same place, we're in different areas, but please do join us again. And a shout out again to Top Dog for today's prize winner. So then if you haven't won anything just yet, do stay tuned. I believe there will be more giveaways during the next session. About 15 minutes from now after our session, we'll have the pre-market pulse with Coaches James and Coach Paul. So please do stay tuned for that, and they'll take you into the futures session with our other coaches. From our side, thanks so much for joining. We had a nice interactive session today. A lot of questions, always great to see. Thanks for the support. All the best from my side. Cheers, coaches Tiger and Michael. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Awesome.
Hola Prime. Trade